What's good? What's good? Welcome to this edition of Sex Saturdays. It's been a minute. I've been out in the field. I'm back. I got a few. I guess I could put a few stories or whatever. I had a few dating stories. Okay, but just to explain things in the thumbnail. That thumbnail, it's like basically the thumbnail is basically like it's an AI photo. It's basically a bunch of simps. Just basically their money is on the floor. It's no bitches around, it's no women around. Yeah, and it's like, what I'm saying, their money is worthless because a lot of the women they really want they don't even give a fuck about their money. They don't really, they don't even value their money. And it's like they just got their money on the floor, and it's just everybody looking at each other. You know what I'm saying? Like look like they about to have a rap battle. Like they about to have a rap battle or some shit. And it's like yeah, it's this is that explains the thumbnail. It took me a few prompts to get it together. It ain't really, that just pretty much explains that photo. And then the dude in the hoodie, he really the police. He the police, so he like the head simp in charge. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I'll be right back. Let me play a commercial. I'll be right back. I gotta get my phone. I'll be right back. Sex Saturdays is sponsored by Sex God Male Enhancement Capsules. Available in 50 capsules and 100 capsules. Shipped all throughout the United States as well as international. One flat fee. Also, Sex Goddess. Female enhancement pills. Also in 50 capsules and 100 capsules. Very good to spice up the your love life and your energy levels in the bedroom. Also, we have other products available on owlsherbs.com. Check them out today. All right, I'm back. So we got a few things going on tonight. We got a fight. We got Devin Haney versus the Garcia. I think his name is Garcia. So we got that going on, and people, a lot of people are high. This is 420. Another thing is this is I don't know, man, what's gonna happen, but basically, this is like basically Adolf Hitler's birthday or something like that. I mean, so we got a lot of things going on today. Um, Hopefully ain't nothing crazy that's gonna make the news headlines pop off or anything like that. Um, Basically, the conversation tonight is, dating 2024 edition. Okay, survive. You know what I'm saying? Survive. Survive. So, I would love to get your input on how you are surviving dating in 2024. Is it good for you? Is it beneficial for you? Or did you notice any other period previously, the 90s, 2000s, if you older, if you in the 80s, if you was dating in the 80s, 70s, is it better now versus back then, or is it better back then versus now? I would love to find out what your input is. Definitely going to share my input. And I guess, what I'm saying, we could look at this from a not just me talking perspective. We can look at this from a perspective of, kind of statistics, like what is going on. Who are you dating in 2024? What are the options out there? Okay, who in America, this is from America's perspective, right? Who is out there? Okay, what is the type of woman that you're dealing with? Primarily, in the words of Kevin Samuels, you're pretty much dealing with modern women, right? Okay, modern men are dealing with modern women. Traditional men are trying to find the best modern woman, because most women, right, are, quote unquote modern women. So in that regard, let's go into the definition of a modern woman, because I'm not gonna lie, that's not something that I'm too familiar with, other than Kevin Samuels. Okay, so we got a website here, Sugar Candy. We're going to look at what it says. What does it mean to be a modern woman? Okay. All right, let's go right into this, because let's face it, that's what we're dealing with now. That's what we're dealing with. We're trying to, deal with mostly modern women, because most of the women nowadays are not, traditional. The idea of being a traditional wife, staying home, raising the children, listening to their husband, without a fuss, is damn near nightmarish for a lot of women. So most women, they are more into being a modern woman, which is, basically what they're going to be talking about in this article here. So this is from 2020. So this is when all of this shit started, man. This is the first time I really heard this definition, okay, from Kevin Samuels, modern woman. So this is an article, it's a blog. Okay, it says, what does it mean to be a modern woman? Okay, she is free to do what she wants, and she is free not to do it. Nawal Isuwala, I don't know who that is, but yeah, that's pretty much, a lot of what we're dealing with. Women want to do what they want to do. They want to have the option to do whatever they want to do. And a lot of people, a lot of men are at odds with that. Um, some men are okay with it, and they trying to please women. Those men, pretty much like the thumbnail, pretty much anything goes type simps, basically simp men that basically try to do whatever it takes to please women. You know, I don't necessarily blame them. I mean, they trying to get some pussy. The goal for men is to get some pussy. Women, they don't really care about necessarily men in that regard where they're just trying to get sex. Women are trying to get as much as they can from men, primarily a long-term relationship if that's what they're looking for, or they're looking for a man that has some compensation. Okay. um some men basically um that have money, they women avoid those men. Okay. One of the reasons obviously that they avoid men that have means and money is obviously if the what's the typical person that has money, a man that has money, he's going to stand on the fact that his money is his level of power, his level of control. Women don't want to be controlled by a man. They would prefer to not even have to really work a job, to be told what to do and to be controlled by their bosses, their superiors. But they got to do that. But at home, they don't want to be told what to do. They do not want that. That is not what a lot of women want. Their grandmas might have, been able to do that. Their moms, they saw their moms struggle with doing that. So they themselves, they're adverse to that. A lot of times women say, I want a man that is a provider, and I want a man to, have a certain amount of money. But that's just what they say. What you find out when they find those men, they do not pursue those men. Those men, they know, come with certain types of expectations. And a lot of women, modern women, are really not able to meet those expectations, other than meeting a guy that is a simp. Okay. Meeting a guy that's able to kowtow to them, able to basically do whatever they want to please that modern woman type of behavior. They look for the man that has money, that has the means, but is a simp, has no backbone, because that's something that a lot of women are, their ideal person is a man that has means and is bendable. Okay. Because they know, okay, the man that has means, the man that has everything they want, usually is not going to bend to them. So what happens is, typically they don't usually find that type of man. They find um a guy that is standing on his morals and characters. And that's how you get money. That's, if you think about, okay, how do you get money? How do you get means? You get money and means by being assertive, okay, being a man that stands on his, toes, and you know upright man and makes a living. If he is able to be successful with that, that's how he made that living. Him coming across a woman, it's not like he's going to be bendable towards that woman to the point where he just going to give himself away to that woman, because believe it or not, most men typically are not trying to bend to women like that. That's not what, it's especially successful men. Most successful men, they got that way by being cunning, daring, bold, assertive, confident. And it comes to who they're dating and who they're pursuing as a mate. They don't just throw all of that away for a woman, but some do. Some actually do. And those guys are pretty much simps. But it's some women that don't even want simps though. There's quite a few women that they don't play that game. They're not looking for no suckers. It's women that like who they like and they stand on it. They don't hold back. They like who they like, and that's it. And they don't like simps. They just don't like it. And it's not all women that just basically is looking for simps. It's some women that do not like no nice guys that do everything for women and all of that type of stuff without any reciprocity. They're not into that. It's quite a few women that they don't even entertain that. you know. So what's going on, T Riddler? So you got that aspect of it as well. You got to consider that. But we still trying to figure out, okay, what is the full breakdown of modern women? Reading this article, we figured out basically that these women want to do whatever they want to do. Okay. Now you got to understand this. The word modern woman, you can basically say the word modern woman is the modern feminist. You could just say, you could even take woman out of it. You could say the modern feminist. Because see, here's the thing. If the modern woman, because we basically trying to date in America in 2024, this is primarily who you're pursuing, who's in the dating apps, who's out in the world, is modern women. Okay, we're not, it's not no Amish women, it's not no Mormon women, no, what I'm saying? The average woman just is not like that anymore, right? So most of the women in America are modern women. So pretty much they're feminists, okay? Now here's the thing, right? The reason why, okay, let's go to she wants to do whatever she wants to do. How is that possible other than being in a system of basically where that is able to be done? The Western capitalist system, the top of innovation, the top of a lot of different areas in science, technology, construction, all kind of stuff. Women in America are very, very much spoiled. They're like spoiled brats. And what a lot of things, and this is why this is where I fall back on the simp or the simps where, I mean, I understand these guys trying to get laid. They're trying to please these spoiled women. These are the women that they have to work with. And they like, okay, well, I want to get laid, So let me try to spoil these women, and I understand it. I get it, but you put yourself in a situation where you basically in a trick bag.
Simps. I love them. I want a simp in my life.
Would you like date a simp?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, shit. She's fucking lying.
Now you won't.
I said,
Yeah. Lying.
You want like a guy who's on his knees like 24/7
dude.
for you.
As soon as I come home, kiss my feet, baby, and then we go.
Oh, hell no. That's not even a boyfriend. That's a slave. Feed me my grapes.
And he loves me, and he's all about me.
She wants a minion.
That's pretty much. I mean, that's what that's what she said basically right there. But here's another one here. This is another video here talking about. Let me see there. Where's that other video at? She's talking about. Let's see here. I might have deleted it already. But anyway, yeah, that's what, that's what guys, are doing. They dealing with basically spoiled women. They having to deal with spoiled women. Dealing with spoiled women, you got to deal with the modern women in America, if that's who you're going to deal with. And, this is just how things go when you're dealing with, women like that. And, pretty much this modern era, that's what you're dealing with. Women that wants to do whatever they want to or not do whatever they want to. So here's the thing, right? So I'm gonna just keep it straight with no chaser. Obviously, this is hell in the handbasket. Okay, this is okay. It's fun, right? When it's fun, it's fun, when it's fun, right? But then you got to think about it, right? So this really only works. This I'm gonna tell you how this works, right? Again, so dating. I'm gonna tell you something about dating. What I noticed. Dating is like it's kind of like the dating market is like the job market. So what do I mean by that? So when the job market is really, really good, it's usually based off of the economy. So the economy is flowing really well. The government is basically going really well as far as the government is not saddled with debt. It's a lot of jobs. It's a lot of innovation. It's a strong need for just employees. It's like it's a you can quit one job and get another one next week type of job environment. That's how it is when the job market and the economy is usually doing extremely well, right? So it was kind of like that, like a year or two ago. Post around COVID, around post COVID, like 2020, 2021, right? 2022 was still like that, right? But that was being pumped up. That was being pumped up. You basically had, a lot of things going on technology wise. People were getting into tech and everything like that. A lot of those jobs were tech jobs. So the thing is, the economy was still fucked up. It wasn't like the economy was doing well. Like, no, the economy was still, pretty much messed up. People got stimulus and unemployment extensions and all of that, PPP loans and all of that, right? But when those dried up, because the government was basically pumping up the economy, basically giving people money, giving businesses money. So it was an artificial economic surplus. Once everything passed, like, okay, all of that dried up, then it's people, talking about, man, when is the next stimmy coming? When is the next stimulus coming? When, what can I do? Then, you got people that wasn't supposed to get PPP loans, is, got to deal with, federal charges and all of that type of stuff, right? So the thing is this, right? It might have been jobs and everything, right? But the economy wasn't a surplus, okay? So I'm talking like 3 years ago. So with the dating market, the thing with that is very similar to the job market. When the economy is good, I would even say when it's like world peace or whatever like that, like if it's world peace, like, or it's more peaceful times, not tumultuous times like now, where there's so much things going on, dating is a lot easier. Dating, when things are, flowing good, as far as, people are secure about their financial well-being, because see, humans are animals. Our food is money. Again, our food is money. Our resources is money. So like a squirrel stashes a bunch of nuts from the fall harvest, right? And it stores it away for a long hibernation, a winter hibernation, right? It's food is everything to it. It's food, water, that's how most animals are, right? With us, with humans, our food is money. The more the better, right? Like, so if you don't, like, just imagine. So again, our food is our money. Our money is basically our food. So when you have a situation where you got a whole bunch of rich people, right? Or a few rich people, or, small amounts of rich people, right? Rich and wealthy people, right? They have enough food. They have plenty of food, right? So their existence, their livelihood is different than their average person. But the average person doesn't have enough food. So what happens when animals don't have enough food, they have to be really careful about, because they don't have that much resources, they have to kind of like really be selective about them having children, because see, when you're talking about dating, you're really talking about sex. You're talking about the sexual market. The dating market is really another term for the sexual market, because you're not, when you meet a woman, y'all not about to read the dictionary. Y'all not about to have a Bible study. You know what I'm saying? Y'all about to get it on. You know, you about to, you know what I'm saying, bust a move, right? So, you know, you're actively engaging in coitus, which really what you're doing is you're mating. You're you know what I'm saying? You're possibly having intercourse, might even, you know, very strong chance you having raw sex, raw intercourse. That combination makes babies. So what I'm saying is, because of the lack of, let's just say, money, right, associated with food and resources, right? Because it's not flowing properly, and then now you have a situation where the job market is really, really messed up. I mean, I'm laughing, but I mean, it's not good. You know, now you got tech layoffs, you got job layoffs, you got companies talking about their closing stores and all of this other stuff. So on the backside of that, you also have a really bad economy. Okay, a really, really bad economy. Also, an economy, a government economy that is very heavily over budget, straddled with debt. And I know this is not sexy. I know this talk is not typical. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know what I'm saying? It's not like probably what you associate with, like, you know, whatever, dating and all of that. But I'm trying to lay the groundwork to you on, you know, why dating in 2024 is different than dating in 2004. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, 2014. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it's a different experience, because it's a lot of different nuances from then and now. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, right, like, you can just understand it from an animalistic level. I mean, people are gonna be people. The poor are going to take risks. Okay, the poor are going to definitely take risks, and they're going to, the poor, a lot of times the poor have a lot of children. The poor tend to have more children than rich people. And you understand, did you know, you already knew that, right? Or did you not understand that? Yeah, the poor have more children than rich people, because pretty much the poor, they feel like they don't have nothing to lose, so they gonna go fuck as much as they want to. They gonna get with whoever they want to, and they gonna make babies. Because another thing is, America will fund your, if you wanted to be a breeder, America will fund your breeding operation. Like, if you want to make a bunch of Americans, future Americans, as a woman, you can get, you know, Section 8, you can get welfare, and you know what I'm saying, pretty much you can get other benefits. You can get child support from the man that you got pregnant by. So basically, like, I mean, you know, that's a poor woman's opportunity. Most women are not taking, you know, they're trying to run away from that reality. That reality is kind of embarrassing for a lot of women. You know, they're not trying to do that. So in many regards, they're not trying to do that. But you got some women that maybe come from a lower socioeconomic environment, and this kind of goes into this right here, like, you know, basically the octane BGS said more is octane skills. Like 85 octane women and even 87 octane women, if they came from a lower socioeconomic environment, they are more okay with the idea of just basically just having children off of, you know, basically government subsidies and their, you know, their baby daddy, you know, per se, child's father. And they okay with that. Women of a higher socioeconomic class, they're not okay with that. You know, they'll have probably an abortion, they'll take a plan B, whatever. Usually they'll have abortion. They'll use abortion as birth control. They'll do stuff like that because they trying to avoid being a woman that just basically is taking care of children's and is single and is dealing with government subsidies and stuff like that. Now, you do have some women that they get older and they are trying to be basically a single mother, and they already, you know, are mid-career, or they already have a career, and they're not necessarily trying to get any government subsidies. A lot of these women don't even, or I ain't gonna say a lot, but some of these women, they don't even want child support from a man. They just want to basically get pregnant. They in their 30s, and they just want to get pregnant because they just want 1 or 2 children, and they're okay being a single mom because they kind of know they don't really, they're giving up on having a traditional relationship, you know, with a man, and they just want to have their children. They tired of, you know, being a dog mom or cat mom, and they just want to have a one child or 2 child, you know, son or a daughter or whatever, and then that's it. You know what I'm saying? They're okay with being a single mother. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that when it comes down to the idea for most women, it's kind of like women on a higher socioeconomic class. They and then even in women in a lower socioeconomic class, they know that that's kind of embarrassing. You know, that whole precious, you know, kind of being a single mom, a poor single mom in the hood type reality is not something that they want to necessarily have as their, for most women, that's embarrassing. So they willing to do whatever it takes to avoid that embarrassment, you know. So other than, you know, they don't necessarily want to be on welfare or anything like that. They'll you know, some women, they'll be okay with being a single mom, and you know, as long as they know they have enough provisions from their job, you know, enough savings, you know, they figured out things to a point where, you know, basically they okay with being a single mother. They will do it, you know, and society is kind of turning that way where it's acceptable for single mothers, even though it is still embarrassing, because it's where being just a single mother is embarrassing is in the range of 92 to Masters of the Universe. This is embarrassing for higher level professional women because basically the higher you go, it's associated with traditionalism. The more higher up this octane scale you go, it's more traditional how things look, how people look at your relationship. When they see you being a single mother, even when you're not on welfare or anything like that, that's actually embarrassing because you're around wealthy people and other elites, and then there, that's being a single mother is still associated. It's still fairly new. It's a fairly new construct in America. So even if you're not on welfare and you're a single mother, it's embarrassing to the higher classes because it's associated with poverty. It's associated with divorce. It's associated with like you're being a widow or basically the lower classes, So when you got a lot of women that they don't necessarily even want to be a single mother, because they know it's a lot of kind of shame or embarrassment to just be a single mom and not have any father around or be married, right? So that's basically the thing when it comes to we talking about sex, right? When it comes to that, poor people tend to make more risks and be more carefree in their choices, in their behaviors. So it becomes a situation where you have some men that make decent amount of money, but they'll date down. A lot of women they are complaining about dating down, but a lot of times men, that's what men are doing, and they're okay with that. Men actually have been dating down for thousands of years. Men don't really care about whether you're necessarily down or up. Actually, men prefer to date down socioeconomically because if a man has more financial, let's just say financial strength, right? Him dating down, he can go, traditionally a man would go to a woman's father and basically pay a bride price, a dowry, for that woman's hand in marriage. And what that is he's paying that woman, for that man, for that father, protecting his daughter, taking care of his daughter, and training his daughter to be a wife. Paying his mom, because the dad is taking care of the mom, he's a husband, he's taking care of his wife as well. His wife, is training his daughter to be a wife as well, to take care of her husband. And him paying that price to that dad, paying that dowry, ensures that is the person that he's going to go to if he has any problems with that woman. He's going to go to the mother and the father, traditionally the father, and he, the parents are going to keep her in line and remind her that, basically he's paid that price and he's doing what he needs to do as a husband. Why are you not doing what we taught you to do? So it's a lot of very much a traditionalism, aspect when it came to that. Basically, we don't have anymore. That's something that is been died out. Um, people don't really do that hardly anymore. You know, the husband now or father doesn't really have that much impact in who his daughter is dating. You know, that used to be something that was a traditional thing that men did. They went to the father to get approval to date a woman's daughter. They don't do that anymore because they don't have to. What men nowadays, they don't even have to marry women because they want to be so free and do whatever they want to. You know, you also have the sexual revolution, right, of the 70s and 60s that's still going on today. So basically, a lot of women are free spirited sexually. The Sex in the City type of women, right? Where they don't even require marriage for you to, have intercourse with them. A lot of dating. The dating coach, great Alan Roger Curry used to mention many times that in order for you to date a woman or even to have sex, for most men back in the 50s, the 60s, you had to be married in order to really have sex with that woman. Like to really fully the mainstream way that men had sexual access from a woman, he had to go through the father and he had to marry the woman. Okay, that pretty much died out, and women had full autonomy and choice to date whoever they wanted to date. So now a lot of women don't require you to marry them. They complain about you not marrying them, but they don't require that you marry them. You know what I'm saying? They just try to basically have a good time with you sexually, or with certain men they choose to have a good time with sexually, in hopes that the man will marry them. So that's typically kind of like what goes on now. And it's kind of like it's kind of tripped out, because it's a new construct in America. Again, this is about what, 60, 70 years old. This construct of basically you can enjoy a woman fully sexually before you even have to marry her. And I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of men, including myself, it's a good thing in a sense where it really helps a lot of men out. It does not help the average man out, the average man that is not really getting a lot sexually from women. It's not helping him out. Okay, and Alan Roger Curry talked a lot about that as well. It doesn't help that man out, that because see, one of the things that men do typically kind of like lower tier men will do is they will try to get a woman in a long-term relationship really, really quick, and then even offer to marry her really, really quick, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to lock in sexual access. You know, that's where the term in-house pussy comes into the, lexicon, where they're trying to lock in that sexual access and keep that to themselves so they can just have that one woman and they'll be happy with that one woman and they'll just try to lock that in because, that's their way of not having any other man have access to that woman, and then they, basically lock that woman down. The thing with that is that's what quite a few men they do, okay? And then in that construct, what will happen is it's a certain behavior. I was looking this up yesterday. What is that behavior called? Oh, what is that behavior called? It's called mating, mate guarding. Okay, mate guarding. Okay, that's what I was looking into. Okay, so let me stop this screen here. Let's go into this because I got time tonight. I got a little time tonight. I got my energy levels is okay. All right, so this is what men do. Women do this too. It's called mate guarding. So with mate guarding, it reads, mate guarding is the physical guarding of a female in order to deny rival males the opportunity to mate with her, and is one of the most commonly used defensive strategies observed by mammals. Mate guarding often involves the male staying in close proximity to the female and can be achieved by prolonged copulation or by the use of post-copularity mounting. Okay, so yeah, this is an old strategy that men use to lock down a woman. Even men do this. It is another level of men. They do this, and what they'll do is, and women complain about this, they'll lie, and basically they will be monogamous pretenders, because you got male as above, so below. Okay, so when I talk about women, in Alan Roger Curry, he talked about this. He called it something different. But basically, you have another thing too. I just want to tell you, just as an FYI, cryptos is going up right at the moment. I repeat, cryptos is going up. Okay, I think Bitcoin is having a halving. Bitcoin is going up. Okay, so that's just me warning you right now. Bitcoin is going up. Altcoins is also going up. Alert, alert, alert. Altcoins and Bitcoins is going up at the moment. So here's the thing, right? So we breaking this down. We talking about this from a scientific level, biological level. We also gonna go into some stats and gonna definitely play some videos. The thing is that what I'm trying to tell you is, this goes into violence. This goes into, you have situations where a woman is not even married and she just has an ex-boyfriend that won't stop coming around because he's doing mate guarding. He's, not even sexually with that woman. He doesn't want she's stalking her. He's, hiding in the bushes. She's not with him sexually at all. She's not dating him anymore. She told him, I had enough. It could go a lot of different ways. A man will kill the woman. He will kill himself. He will kill the woman and himself. He will, violently attack the woman. Those are of extreme violent levels of mate guarding, and then you have men that ain't never even been in a relationship with the woman, and they will try to mate guard that woman to avoid other men to look, even try to pursue them. That's why when you're in a crowd and you don't know a man is with a woman, you ever had a guy, he pretends like he's with that woman because he wants to experience, he wants you to think that he's with that woman. That's that behavior. Now, when it comes to dating and mating in this modern era, post 1960s era that we're in now, basically what you have is a lot of men are playboys. Women call them fuck boys, where these men are getting with a lot of different women. These women are sexually experiencing high levels of sexual intercourse with different men, multitudes of men, or even just in a relationship with a man that they're not married to. So you gotta this is kind of like, it's kind of weird. It kind of goes into a situation where this is okay, this is your wife, this is who you're supposed to be with, right? So by the time you as an American male, you're pursuing a woman that basically, okay, I talk about this more on Patreon, but there's three types of women, okay? There's three types of women. There's a woman that is basically a harlot or a whore or a thought slut, whatever you want to call her, right? Thought pocket, whatever, right? Then you have concubines. Then you have wives. In America, I'm sorry to tell you, you can call me whatever you want to call me. You can call me a tether. You could call me a sand nigga, whatever you want to call me, man. A Mohammedan or whatever the fuck you want to call me. You don't have that many wives in America. It's just not. It's just a lot of the women, because we talking about the modern woman. What you have is a lot of times what you have is concubines, and I really don't want to even really talk about this because this is the type of stuff I talk about on my Patreon. I don't even really want to really put lace, so basically women already know this, but I don't even really want to lace men for free with what I already know and my wisdom because it's valuable. Knowing this is extremely valuable because the thing is that whether you want to be in this competition more or less, regardless of the fact, this is what you got to deal with. You got to deal with basically a lot of men are even complaining about other men because they're not dealing with concubines and basically sluts. When they're saying, you got to get out here and get with these concubines and sluts. And, you got men like myself, like, okay, I'll definitely have your fun but those, the thing is I got my game is impeccable. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm not, what I'm saying? I got to toot my horn because I've definitely been out there and I've met some high level women. I've been with low level women. I've been with high level women. Okay. So the thing is that I know exactly what's going on as well. So when it comes down to it, when you deal with a woman right now, she's fully already had full experiences with multitudes of men or even a few men. By the time you get with her, you've been with a lot of women yourself, but now you 35, 28, whatever, you're dealing with a woman that she already has a roster of men, most likely. And then you're trying to take her seriously, and you're thinking about going to get married, when really she is a concubine. She really is a concubine, and the thing about, okay, a concubine is okay. I'm not demeaning any of those women. Those women is, choose to be open, because a lot of times what you get now is, when it comes to a lot of sluts, you don't have women that are like Amber Rose. One of the things that I like about Amber Rose is she says, I am a proud slut. Okay, she did a slut march or a slut walk. She is an open, proud slut. Most women nowadays, because of the embarrassment and the shame of being a slut, they pretend that they're monogamous. And all the while, they already have other men that they're dealing with. They got a baby daddy that they still have sex with. They got an ex-husband that they still have sex with. This is the type of women that I laugh and I key about. You going on a date with them and they got another man's nut in their pussy while they sitting down at the table with you, eating the food that you paid for, because you haven't fully asked enough questions and been vetted them primarily. And one of the things I have to say, and I kind of, I'm reminded of this, when you first go on a date, you should go for a walk. You should meet at you should go like to a museum or something like that, because you don't want to go on no date and order no food, and you're not rich enough to afford, $100 meal for a woman that you really haven't asked enough questions. And then, to be honest, you haven't even talked about sex. You haven't even when you go on a date, really, you should already have at a point where you've already negotiated that you're gonna be having sex with her. And you fully know, and she said out of her mouth that she wants to have sex with you. A lot of what happens is it'll be a situation where the woman has rushed the situation, or usually what it is you're timid. Shout out to Al Roger Curry again, rest in peace. You're not bold enough to basically ask out the gate, I want to fuck you. I really like you and I want to fuck you. Because you're scared that she's going to run off. And really, her running off is what you need to move on to somebody else, because she has to, again, we're not dating to go to Bible study. That's fine if you're into that. But we're not dating to play kumbaya and play hacky sack and basically talk to each other. We're dating, men and women are getting with each other in order to fully enjoy each other's company and sexual pleasures. So it's like, okay, That being said, if she's not comfortable with doing that with you, if she's turned off, that's just, she's not the woman for you. And a lot of times when men are timid and scared to talk about sex with the woman, because they know most likely that woman is going to be turned off, or she's not going to like that conversation. And that's absolutely why you should have that conversation, because a lot of women are pretending like you got some women that are celibate. Okay, that's a different story. Okay, that's a conversation. Okay, that it can be, we could talk about. But the thing is that most women are not celibate, and the women that you want to avoid is the women that are pretending to be monogamous, that you going on a date with them and you haven't even already determined that you're gonna have sex before you went on a date. You going on a date paying for a decent meal that costs around or about or over $100. I mean, basically, and she's already got the nut of somebody else that she's been with before you in her body while you sitting down. It's just, the reason why I describe it that way, it sounds not pleasing to women, and it's kind of funny to men. But the thing is that you at that point are to a certain extent a sucker, because basically she getting a free meal out of you. That basically you're the meal dude. It's women that have men in their phone, the food guy. Yeah, your name is Brian or Michael, but no, in her phone is under food guy. And they got food guy 1, food guy 2, food guy 3, food guy 4. Because some women like to manipulate men. They absolutely enjoy. It's a lot of women that they absolutely enjoy manipulating men. They get high off of it. It makes their pussy get drip a little bit. It makes them laugh. It gives them stories to tell to their other friends on how they manipulated men and how they manipulated simps. Yeah, it's quite a few women that's what they like doing. They like they'll even put a story on TikTok. But before I went on my date, I blew my boyfriend, and we had a round or two of intercourse before the date. And you have a bunch of women, you ain't shit, girl. Yeah, they like that. Just like men, act, kind of like that, like frat boys and all of that type of stuff. Yeah, I got the draws, dog. Women are the same way. You know what I'm saying? They like having stories and talking about how they got over on a guy and all of that. They absolutely enjoy that. Not all women, of course, but quite a few of them. And what a lot of times, the reason why all of this rhetoric or anti, quote unquote manosphere or podcast dudes or YouTube guys talk is because they don't want other men to know about this. They don't want simps to be deactivated. They don't want your simp chip deactivated. You know what I'm saying? They want your simp chip to be working, to be fully functional and working. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of guys do deactivate their simp chip when they get, some information, or they finally had enough, and so on and so forth. And and you go through the progression, you know, you go through the usual progression and all of that type of stuff. You date, you try, and all of that. You might date other races of women. Then you ultimately, you know, probably eventually transform over to, you know, basically and yeah, that's the life cycle you know, that's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know, it wasn't like we the first people that ever did that. I mean, men were doing that for decades. You know what I'm saying? They were, you know, traveling overseas for decades, right? So the thing is this, right? So again, because of the sexual revolution, because of the non-traditional changes that were made from the patriarchal father being the head of the family, making the choices on who is dating the daughter or not, that man being pushed aside. Now women have their own autonomy and choice to do as they do as thou wish, or you know, on some like esoteric secret order Aleister Crowley type shit, do thou will type shit. Women have the option to do thou will. They're able to be on some eyes wide shut, you know, freaky as they want to fucking be type shit. And it's like, you know, men that you know you know what I'm saying, you know, like, you know, don't really have too much of a problem getting women. We like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? We like, hell yeah. You know, that's why Ella Roger Curry was like, he was pro, and a lot of men were pro this women having this sexual freedom. And a lot of men, even now, they are pro women having this sexual freedom, because I mean, those men were having, you know what I'm saying, Alan Roger Curry was having his feel of women, okay? You know, a lot of other men, you know, having a feel with women, and it's like, it really is enjoyable, highly desirable for men that basically can get women, right? The men that are having problems getting women, and those men are growing, because now, okay, and we're gonna get into that, why that is. You know, it's not necessarily desirable, and then it comes to a situation where men are like jaded and angered by the fact that women are not doing what they want them to do. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, some of my conversations, some of my content is kind of in the center of that, or even, you know, very much like that. I'm not gonna lie, and you know, I definitely have let's say, come to the light. I had a come to Jesus moment, you know. But the thing is this, right? When it comes down to it, I wasn't those men that didn't have problems, you know, that had problems getting women, in a sense where I wasn't getting no action at all. Like, I just, you know, I never been that guy, you know, where I just don't get no action. You know what I'm saying? I have to join the incel army and shit like that. I never been that guy. But the men that do have a lot of problems, it's a situation where, yeah, they're angered by this system, because see, here's the thing. This is why, and it goes back to the thumbnail of this video, the big circle of simps with all of their money on the floor. Now, here's the situation now. This is what's kind of going on. Now it's a situation where women don't really, even the sluts and the concubines, even the women that are quote unquote wives, they step their game up. They're being selective. You got sluts being selective and concubine type women and wives being highly selective now. They don't even want men's money. If you're not the desirable type of man, they don't even want your money. I mean, that's why I have that picture, the AI photo, where all of them in a circle, dressed up like they about to have a rap battle. Basically that's a simp battle. They about to have a simp battle. And all of the money is on the floor. Ain't no women in sight. And the thing is this it's synopsis is synonymous with basically how women are in 2024. A lot of women are, you're talking about now, women are talking about the 4B movement. They're trying to join the women in South Korea and other countries where they're basically trying to boycott men. It doesn't matter if, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, the thing is that, this is what's going on. So you got women that, are quote unquote getting with men, but they're even, being more selective. And it's like, okay, well, women have the gates of their, sexual access. Women don't have a problem getting sex from men. Men have a problem getting sex with women, in a sense where they don't have to, not paying for it directly and all of that. Some men have more problems than others, and all of that type of stuff, depending on where you live and all of that. So the thing is that this is what's going on right now, and a lot of this again is based off of the economy. It's based off of jobs, the economy, the government, world events that's going on now. It just not a peace-loving, friendly, money-flowing society going on right now. At one time it was better, right? And it's not like that now. So it's when you talk about having children and all of that and risking having children, having sexual experiences, again, the upper tier women of the socioeconomic structure, they're not taking risks like that. So when you go to a situation where, let's just say you don't like hood rats or average women or below average women, like for example, when it comes, the octane scales, those women are the women that pretty much will probably take risks. They'll take more risks because they're what they require doesn't require that much. And the acceptance as far as them being a single mom and stuff like that is more acceptable than or the risk of being a single mom is more acceptable, to them than a higher woman up the octane scale, like 92s, 89s. They're not trying to, even women that are lower tier women on the octane scale, they ain't necessarily trying to take that much risk, so but they are more willing, but you got some men that they're not trying to date no woman that is a quote unquote hood rat, or on a lower tier of society. They're not trying to take that risk. And I understand that, but those are the women that are, because poor poor people tend to take more risk because they feel like they have nothing to lose. Okay, so when it comes to sex, they're willing to take more risks because they feel like they don't have much to lose. You know, that's where the whole sexy red culture. That's who's leading the rap culture now. The sexy reds, the Cardi B's, the Glorilla. You know, all of those women come from the 85 octane scale. You know, ghetto ratchet women. You know, that's why they talk about sex as is open and everything like that. Taking risks and all of that type of stuff, you know. So the thing is that when it comes down to it, we talking about modern women. Who is these modern women? You know, what do they want? They basically want to do whatever they want to. That's what they want. Okay. We still stuck on that. You know, I went about an hour still going, talking about that, breaking that down. But the thing is that again, we can't leave the fact that, okay, let's say when you go into a situation where you're talking about taking these women serious, we're talking about serious. We're talking about, okay, you know, you're a man, you're a well-read man. You got the Bible, you got the Quran, you got the Torah, you got the Talmud, you got your collegiate books, you got all the books you ever read, you got all kind of information. You a man of knowledge, you a man of wisdom. And then you gotta go date a woman in America. And then you done use that shit to fuck a whole bunch of bitches too in the past. And you know what I'm saying? You got a baby or two out there. You got some babies out there in the world because you've been fucking. And you wanna be with someone, right? You want a motherfucking family, right? You want to have a family that, you know, you want to go take your son to the baseball game one day, and you know, all of that's traditional life that you want to have. You want to start again. You want to find a woman to take serious, right? So when it comes to that, okay, you got to choose someone. You looking to choose a woman to take serious, and then you finding all of these women, and it's like a bloodbath out here, right? It's like, okay, I'm very experienced sexually. Okay, as a man, I'm very wise. Okay, at this point, okay, I'm in my early 40s. I can look at a woman, younger, definitely older, right? I can look at a woman and see if she's been fucked her brains out typically by like an alpha male or whatever. You know, I can just see, like I can look in her eyes, like I can just see. I know this sounds crazy, I feel free to clip whatever the fuck I say on, you know, my channel. I don't care. You know, if it sound crazy to you, or you think you're gonna get a bunch of laughs in a collage of videos, be my guest. The thing is this: I can look at women and tell they done got their brains fucked out. They done got some of the best dick they ever had in their life. I can look at a woman. Typically, these women, I see these women in the hood. They done got, you know what I'm saying? They done, you know, got involved sexually with men, you know, or they found that type of guy, whatever. And that typically happens. Like that happens when women, when they get it, you know, but before they leave high school, most women now, they've been, you know, they've had some high level sexual experiences. You know, even a lot of times they've had experience where they, you you got a lot of women in high school. They've had to have an abortion or two before they even went to college. Before they graduated high school, they have had abortion already. So by the time they get into their 20s, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is another thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna, I've been out there. I've been in the battlefield. I've been in the trenches. Okay, I've been in the war. I've been in the, sexual, dating, whatever, in the field. I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna lie to you. You ain't got to call me your uncle or your dad or nothing like that. I'm going to tell you like it is, man. A woman that's had an abortion, she already don't give a fuck about men. She's a killer. That's a killer. Because see, here's the thing, right? And I've said this before. A woman that's killed her own baby, she don't give a fuck about nobody, including your ass. And she'll kill you. Because see, here's the thing. People don't really think about things. Sometimes people just don't think about it. I'm gonna help you think. I have that ability to help other people think. That's one of the things that I do with my channel, and that's one of the abilities that I have. I have the ability to help others think more thoroughly about things if they have not already done so. So here's the thing, right? If I killed another man, I have no brothers that I know about, that I have any attachment to, that, any blood relatives or anything like that, right? If I kill another man, okay, I mean, as long as they deserved it, right? I'm all right, right? I'll be all right. I ain't gonna get no teardrop, nothing like that. The thing is that I don't really have no attachment to that other man, or whatever. It could be even a woman, right? When you kill your own baby, that's really diabolical. The word is diabolical. So when you think about the fact that a woman and off the baby, she's never the same after that. And she knows that. And really, to be honest, the only way a woman can really recover from that is she has to go get long lifetime therapy, or really just like kind of join some type of religious center like a church. And I'm not talking about for a period of time. I'm talking about damn near for the rest of her life, and have to like repent. She has to do a certain level of repentance to even kind of have some forthrightness to herself, to say she fucked up so bad. She was just saying, she just fucked up, and she has to goddamn it get on her knees for the rest of her life and repent to the Lord because she fucked up so bad. That's how bad it is. And I'm not talking about nothing I don't know. My mother had to do that. That's why my mother turned religion. She even changed religion. She was raised Catholic. Even the Catholics don't really believe in that, but really, it's a lot of secret shit people do. They know they don't agree with it, or they're not supposed to agree with it, but they'll do it because it's embarrassing. Catholics traditionally are known for being middle class and upper class and stuff like that. And that's a lot of shame to have a bastard child or a child out of wedlock, right? So they'll just, have a secret abortion and don't tell nobody. They'll have their daughter go have an abortion or whatever, because it's like they're picking shame. But it's still shameful any way you want to go about it, but it's it's more shameful to have an abortion, obviously. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what my mother had to do. Mother had an abortion at 18, and it fucked her up, and she had to like be a religious woman. She had to change religions and be, what I'm saying, a totally different person, man. Because and most women don't do that. Most women do the opposite. They run towards evil. They just basically let that shit fester, and they just become like evil men hating. Like most of the women that you probably come across that really hate, like the evil male hatred or haters, male haters, female male haters, or men haters. A lot of them have either had one abortion or multiple abortions, and of course they never repented, never got long-term therapy and or some type of religious, or let's just say godly intervention. Okay, so yeah, you dealing with a woman that you wonder, you like, damn, why are you so mean? What the fuck? Why are you so evil and mean all the goddamn time? Then you start asking questions. Broad had 1 or 2 abortions. And you're like, oh, okay, you a whole killer. You a whole fucking killer. I'm dealing with a goddamn fucking Chucky doll here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just all kind of problems.
Are you crying?
I am.
What's going on? Why are you crying?
And it hit home for me. So
come step up. Let me hear you. What happened?
I was saying, the gutter is a rough place,
Okay.
and you got to do everything, any and everything to make it, every situation, including aborted twins, you feel me, to better yourself because the dude want to leave you. But
You just had an abortion? Twins?
twins.
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
No, I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, double, like, yeah, that, I mean, the thing is that's crazy, right? Like, she felt, you could tell that's probably a woman that's like either 87 or 85. I mean, of course, that's an old clip. That's now a meme. Just think, right? At that time, and then here's the thing, right? Having twins is so rare. I gotta fucking Google that shit. That's how rare it is. I don't fucking know how rare it is off the top of my head. I forgot. That's how rare it is. So to have a twin is like 1 in 25, or 1 in every 250 pregnancy. But actually the statistic is less than 0.4%. You can have some twins. So like that's very rare that you're gonna have some twins. So really, because nobody told her this. She didn't look at it like it was a big deal. You know what I'm saying? It was like, this not the first time this happened. Floyd Mayweather, baby mama, or actually ex-girlfriend, did the same thing. She was pregnant with twins, and Floyd Mayweather rich. So this don't even make sense. But a demon taking over your body or whatever is still a demon. So the thing is that, right? A lot of times what happens if a woman have an abortion, she'll just keep having them. You know, she and then she won't even never have no. You got women and they never had children and they like in their 40s. And the reason why they never had children is because they had about 4 or 5 abortions. The chick that I was with in my 20s, she in her 40s now. I had got her pregnant. She had got an abortion. She ain't got no kids. Miserable as fuck. Mad, miserable. Career woman. She got a PhD though, but she ain't got nothing to share that shit with. And she pretty much wrapped up. She probably ain't never gonna have no kids at this point. And it is what it is.
What did your husband say about this? Did y'all discuss it?
No, I'm not married. I would not choose. I would not choose to date into something like that. I got choose to be single.
Okay.
I'm a PhD.
Okay, congratulations.
Hero for that baby.
So yeah, man, it's rough, man. I mean, it is what it is. You know, I mean, I ain't necessarily. I'm indifferent. I'm very much indifferent about it. But I gotta call it like I see it. You know, I gotta call it like I see it. I mean, if I didn't, I'd just be lying. I'd be lying to you. So when you out here, you know, choosing women, the reason why I haven't even started reading the rest of this article is you're dating women that have had deep level sexual experiences. And they've, gotten pregnant. They got nutted in and they got pregnant and they've had to have an abortion or two. And these are the women you're trying to take serious. You know, these are the women that, basically you're trying to take serious, and you're trying to see if they are worthy enough to walk down the aisle. And this woman that you talking to hardly ever smiles. She's mean. She's distant. And you like, what the fuck is wrong with you think why are these women so mean? And it's like they were unchecked sexually. Women don't control sexual power. Men's sexual power is what makes us a man. Men are dominant. And when it comes to sex, like most animals or mammals per se, the male is the dominant part of the sexual experience. Men are actually dominant, so dominant that a woman don't have no control. If you've been with women sexually and you've been dominant, you've had women shake I've had women, their legs shake, trembling, yelling, screaming, not necessarily screaming, but moaning real loud. I can tell, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you another thing. You can literally tell a woman, you can tell a woman why you having sex with her when you going balls deep. You can be like, I want you to give me $1 million in my bank account tomorrow morning. And she gonna be like, okay, yes, daddy. I mean, like a woman with some ball, like if you I mean, you dicking her, you giving her some of the best dick she ever got in her life. She ain't gonna tell you, ain't gonna be no. No ain't even gonna be in her vocabulary. Like, is another thing too. Like, this is what Dr. Shahrazad Ali said. Even when it comes to, black women are known for not being the most unsubmissive women in America. But when it comes down in the bedroom, they're known for being really submissive in the bedroom. But then when they start, basically when they start putting their clothes back on, they start being unsubmissive again. That's why a lot of black men are really into trying to be sexually, pleasing and dominant and stuff like that, because that's really where a lot of times, not all women are like this, where they're, not submissive outside the bedroom, but most of them, most black women are non-submissive outside of the bedroom. So that's why a lot of black men are so into trying to, basically get the woman in the bedroom, trying to be sexually pleasing and all of that, because that's the only time we could really fully keep them submissive is in the bedroom. So it's like, that's why so many guys that's all about that, because they're very submissive in the bedroom, but as soon as you take the dick out of them, soon as you take that dick out of them, there goes the submission. It's no longer some submission. So it's funny. I laugh at it, and I think you should too, because you don't want to be partial about this in no way. You don't want to be emotional about this. You don't want to be angry about this shit. You don't want to be miserable about it. None of that. It just is what it is. This was laid. This groundwork was laid before you were born. For most people, it was laid before we were even born. You know what I'm saying? So this is just a combination of events that started before we were even born. But the thing is this. Again, this is very typical for you to meet these types of women. And it's very typical of why they act the way they do. And one of the things that you have is, okay, here's the deal. A lot of the women that are complaining, that are very jaded, I've noticed this before, they have it's like they have a triple, you could call it a triple play. You could call it a trifecta or whatever. Broke, fat, and ugly. Being broke, fat, and ugly, it's like, okay, these women, that's why they're really complaining. And if you just notice all of the women, most of the women complaining, ask yourself this: are they broke, fat, or ugly, or all three? Or, broke and ugly. And it's like, that's why they complaining. And it's like, what I'm saying, you see why they be complaining and shit like that. But and they, a lot of them already have had an abortion, and they're pro abortion. And it's like, going back to twins, it's rare to have twins. If a woman has twins, she's actually in the mother world, let's just say, like, around other mothers. The woman that has twins is a rock star. She's like, you're a rock star mother if you have twins or even triplets. They're like, how do you do that? Do you have sponsorship by Gerber babies or Huggies diapers, whatever? How do you do that? So the thing is like, that woman that did the double homicide or the mean double homicide, she thought that being on a dating or a modeling show was more important than birthing twin babies. And it's like she probably didn't even win that contest, whatever it is. And not only that, she's embarrassed. That video is never going to die. That video, they're gonna be playing that video for the next 10 years. And she gotta eat all of that up because that show aired on TV. Somebody clipped it, and it's going, it pretty much ain't going nowhere. And it's just, it is shameful. It's embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn. But she already made that choice. But she thought at that time, I mean, I don't know, like if you do I ain't gonna do it, but do a Google search on do most women regret having an abortion? How many women regret having an abortion after the fact? Most women regret having an abortion after the fact, I would say. Because you know why? Because I've dated a lot of women. I've been with a lot of women that, yeah, they've had 1 or 2 abortions, and all of them, damn near, most of them said, damn, I regret that shit. The women that I best with that had an abortion, they had to beg me back. They had to beg me back because obviously I'm not pro-abortion. So they regretted that shit. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. They was a whole nother person. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just something that you're a dummy. You know, a lot of people are dumb, including women, and they do dumb shit. That's why the daddy got involved. The daddy was like, I have the final approval of whoever gonna get you have sex with you. Because they knew, like, society knows, like, nature knows what it needs. Society knows, you know what I'm saying, how to keep things in check. They've been doing it for thousands of years. And it's like, basically, the thing is that, like, again, this shit is the reason why things are the way they are, why shit is so fucked up and out of place. One of the reasons is the father being outside of the home, not having final choice over the daughter is literally bringing society to its knees. And it's like, I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm able to say that because I'm on the inside looking in, but I'm also, I mean, I got different cultures. I mean, I'm African American, and then I have a different theological kind of background that a lot of people don't have. A lot of people only like, I think 10% of people in America are, you know, have some type of Islamic background. Most people, this is a Christian country. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, I wasn't raised in no Christian household like that. But my mom's side is primarily Christian. My dad's side is primarily Muslim. So, I mean, I have two different perspectives, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you, I mean, even African American culture, when it comes to, like, when you mix it in with Islamic culture, it's better in a sense, but the degradation of Black culture in America is so volatile and toxic that it intertwines into religion. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of things like abortions and stuff like that, that goes into, like, I've heard stories of Muslim women having abortions. You know, obviously a lot of Muslim women, African American Muslim women, are quick to divorce their husband. it's a lot of toxic shit, man, that you can't run from. Like culture is actually stronger than religion. Okay, I'll repeat myself. Culture is stronger than even religion. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna play a couple videos. I'll play this one video here. This is so a woman asking her children why she's single. This is interesting.
So Nala, why do you feel like I'm a single mother?
I mean, you pretty, but you fuss too much.
Well, Nala, I guess you gonna be a single mother too then.
I ain't gonna be no single mother like mama.
What? What's wrong with being a single mother?
I ain't finna mess around with no 3 kids.
Okay, why do you think I'm a single mom?
Because you work for free.
I work for free. I work Monday through Friday, and how do you feel like I work for free?
Because you broke.
Alrighty. Now, last not least now, don't say nothing crazy. But why do you feel like I'm a single mom?
Because you don't be yourself.
How do you feel like I don't be myself?
That's not even your real hair.
I can wear a wig if I want to.
Yeah, but without a wig, you like a grown man.
Damn. That's why he told him don't be too harsh, because he knew he was gonna bring it. She knew he was gonna bring the fire. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? She you know, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's cool. I mean, she already knows she's not happy with the truth, but you know, it is what it is. You know, women are, you know, basically you know, they just deal with what they want to deal with, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I don't understand it, but that's the mind of a woman. She like, okay, you know, she don't want to deal with her hair, you know, so she got to wear somebody else's hair. And the women that she wears the hair, the hair texture of that she uses is not her own texture. It's like, I mean, it's basically the women that she like is her arch enemy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. It's really weird. Like, she don't really like white women like that. She don't like white women to get with quote unquote her men, but she wears the same type of hair texture of those women. You know what I'm saying? Which is crazy. But it is some black women with hair like that, or more fine hair. It is black women that have hair texture that is fine and stuff like that. Is natural. I seen it when I went to the DR. You know, when I went to the DR, some of the women, they have natural like curly hair, or like it's like real fine. You know what I'm saying? And it's their hair. It's no weave. And then you got some women that got weave. I saw some weave. I saw some chicks weaving it up, sandaling it up over there. You know what I'm saying? You know. So yeah. But yeah, it's interesting, man. I mean, the thing about it is, the reason why I played that video, that's another thing. Most women, like over half of women, have children. So you know, you're dealing with, you possibly are, you know, looking to date a single mom. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I played that. Like you're also that's who you're dating. That's who you're gonna most likely be dating. A woman that has children already by somebody else. So yeah, that's kind of what, you know what I'm saying. That's kind of what you got to deal with. You know what I'm saying. Now it is women. They're more rare. It is women that they not out there like that. Okay, it is women that are wives. Okay, a concubine of obviously. You know, that's okay. You can make deals with concubines. A concubine, you basically gotta take care of her. You know, you take care of your concubines. A wife, you know, she's in your presence, in your covering. But a concubine is too. You know, it's just a different relationship. It's like they used to call, basically that's where the word mistress came in. A man's mistress was his concubine. It's just people, you know, it's a newer word. They don't even use mistress anymore. You know, people don't talk about, they don't say mistress. But basically that's what a mistress is nowadays. You know, it's your woman that's on the side. You paying her rent, you paying for her groceries, you got a baby with her. Your wife either don't know or it's a secret. You know, that's where that song, I got a woman way over town. She good to me. That's what he was talking about. That was what Ray Charles was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like back in the day, you know, they had, you know, a man, he had a woman that lived in another town. You know, that was his woman. You know, his side piece. That's the word, you know, that's the ghetto word for it, side piece. But yeah, I mean, this is what you know, dealing with, you know what I'm saying? This is typical what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the modern American woman now. She's a single mom. If she's not single, you know, 20, 25 plus, she's already had either one abortion or multiple abortions, possibly, and or she's giving most of herself to different men that she's dated or been in some type of relationship with. She's gotten her fucking bottom dropped. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna lie, the women that I've been with, okay, don't fuck after me. Do not. Any woman that if you trying to date a woman after me, good luck, buddy. Any woman that if you trying to date one of my exes that I've really been with, I done drop, man. You talking about? I done dropped the fucking bottom out that motherfucker. I done goddamn it. I done goddamn it, touched the skies, touched heaven, went balls deep, and you know, I done got all in her stomach. I done had her shaking, having convulsions. I probably got her pregnant. I mean, like, just think about that, right? And then you dealing with a woman that she's, you know, on the market now. She's on the dating scene and she's trying to date somebody else. Now that's just being honest. That's an honest woman. But she's got, you know, she's done, you know, gave her best. she's giving the best of herself. And then a lot of times these women become what is called alpha widows. Okay, alpha widows. Let's open that up. Let's talk about that. We going in tonight. I normally be trying to. I be trying to do this like in and out normally, but tonight because I haven't done these shows in a while. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try, you know, I'm gonna give a little bit more time into this one. Because it's been like a couple weeks I haven't really you know, had no show or nothing like that. So here's another thing. This is another thing, and I'm lacing you up. You getting laced tonight. Because this is what you're dealing with. This is the stuff that I didn't know when I was in my 20s. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't started learning this until I got online and shit, got on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? The older guys, Ron Wills, BGS, Alan Roger Curry, they, you know what I'm saying? I started learning all these terms, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I ain't even think about all of this. But a lot of some women that I've gotten with, unfortunately, for just whatever happened, the relationship, a lot of times what happens is the woman just didn't want to do what I wanted them to do. So they went on their own, they went their separate ways, you know, whatever the case may be. And then by doing that, and then probably even before I got with them, they become alpha widows, or they become even more deeper alpha widows. And basically, this article here, I'm going to explain what an alpha widow is. I'll just tell you my definition before I start reading this. Some woman that's met her sexual alpha, the man that have basically had given her the best that she's ever got, her goat. You know, it's certain women, they have met their goat, you know, their greatest of all time. And then they can't stop thinking about that guy. They, you know what I'm saying, they stalking that guy. You know what I'm saying? They looking around the corner, you know what I'm saying? And they like, oh, again, wake up in the morning, they grab their toy at night, and they thinking about this dude when they got their toy. You know what I'm saying? If you ever saw the movie, 50 Shades of Grey, I think one of my alpha widows was listening to me, and then they dropped off because you gotta understand, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of the chicks that I dealt with, exes, some of my exes, they know about my YouTube channel. So when I go live, they want to hear my voice again. They want to see what I'm talking about. So when I was talking about alpha widows, when I started going in, because I ain't never but a pastor just on YouTube that ain't never been a pastor, I'm going to personalize it into your, you know what I'm saying, what you actually doing, and I'm going to touch your soul from afar. You know what I'm saying? Like, basically, you know, I mean, they be watching my ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is the chick that was on 50 Shades of Grey, that Christian Grey, that was one of his exes. She was walking around following his ass. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. This is the alpha widow, you know? and they dangerous. They have the potential to be dangerous because what I'm trying to tell you, because I'm going deep. I'm you know what I'm saying? This ain't no typical, I'm not no typical guy, man. I'm, you know, this is some PhD level fucking shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Like this is female guarding. Okay, mate guarding. This is how females or women mate guard. This is their version. This is the female version of mate guarding. Like I said earlier, okay, talked about mate guarding. I talked about how men mate guard. Well, this is how women mate guard. They become sexual alpha widows, and then they start stalking their ex. You know, they become possessed because their soul was touched. Once you really get in depth with a woman, especially sexually, you touch her soul. Your soul, two souls become intertwined. That's why I tell you guys, like I tell you all the time, one of the things that I do know about sex, okay, sex is not casual. There's nothing casual about sex, and sex is very, very serious. You know, we talk about soul ties and sexual transmutation, obviously babies and all of that type of stuff. I mean, basically, I'm gonna be honest with you. Sex was supposed to be, it was designed for a woman to basically get with a man and be with that man, have children, and have a unique bond with that man and that man only. It was never designed to be where it is like it is now, where everybody is just fucking everybody and all of this type of, you know, wild shit, freak offs and all of that. It was never designed for it to be like this. One of the things that I can tell you from my education and my understanding and my research, my personal research that I've done, that's what happened to Rome. That's how Rome fell. That's how Greece, ancient Greece fell. Basically, sexual orgies. They, you know, basically break down society. Sexual proclivities or sexual uncontrolled sexualism, you could just say, definitely breaks down societies. That's why a lot of like religious theologies, governments that are based off of religion, like Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, different places, they're very strict when it comes to mating and dating and stuff like that, because they know a lot of those things unchecked start to break down society. You know, it's very easy because see it just goes that way, and you know that, and nothing is more prevalent to see that than looking in the Black community. You know, in either other communities, you know, you see, okay, what's the link here? Single mom, children raised without their father, all of that type of stuff have, you know, a link to where it becomes an issue. You know, you don't even have to watch Tommy Sotomayor's Fatherless America to understand, okay, it's something about not having your father in your home, even not having your father, have something to do with signing off on who you date and mate. You're gonna be walking around looking like this motherfucker here. Because your dad, see, here's the thing. I'm dropping bomb. I'm about to drop a bomb real soon. I'm about to wake your ass up. Your dad was your fucking proxy pimp. He was the motherfucker that said, okay, I verified that this man is worthy enough for you to be with him, and I want my dowry that I want for my daughter is $50,000, and that shit worked like a charm. And that's the first time I ever said that, but my brain is, braining and it's working, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, I ain't even think about it like that. The dad was really the pimp, because he taking the money, to date to basically marry my daughter. I need this bread, I need this dowry. And the dowry is, I need 100 herds, I need a herd of 100 cattle. In Africa, they traded cattle, so I need 100 cattle for my daughter. Okay, boom, give me the cattle. Okay, you got my daughter. He gives his blessing. Here's my daughter now. You can marry her. The dad was the pimp. Now the dad ain't in the home. Now the pimp is, in many regards, he got the woman in the streets. Hoeing for money, you know what I'm saying?
Message.
So yeah, I mean that's what's going on. This is the alpha widow. Okay, so let's go back to this article and let's read this shit. Of alpha widows and the dangers of dating them. Okay. It says she had an encounter with a high sexual value male. He has a chiseled body, status, great personality, is a perfect mating companion, and wealthy. Problem is, she can't forget him and compares all potential men she dates with him. I mean, so she basically met her version of Christian Grey. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I never seen this word here, high sexual value male. See, the thing about it is this is Sex Saturdays. And that is the thing. A lot of men, it's some men, they get paid for their high sexual value. Okay. If you want to know more about that, if you're curious about that, okay. It's a guy in the shy, he called Cousin T-Talk. He goes in on that. He goes, as far as anybody that I know on YouTube, off of YouTube, because of his background being an ex-stripper and stuff like that, he goes more into this highlighted sentence right here, high sexual value male, than anybody else I know, other than maybe Alan Roger Curry. But I mean, basically, he went in on it even more than Alan Roger Curry, because one of the things, like every man has a weakness. The thing is that where Alan kind of didn't really go in too much, but he talked about it, where Cousin T-Talk, actually that's how his life is. He didn't really work out much. He wasn't like no fitness guy, like doing a whole bunch of push-ups. Like he didn't have to do it, but he didn't really exercise body game. He wasn't really into having a whole bunch of muscles, six-pack flaring, chest protruding, being a alpha, like, you know, a alpha male, like a strong alpha. Like he wasn't into that, like per se. Like that wasn't his strong suit. But where I'm talking about, you know, cousin T-Taw, that's what he goes into more in depth. That's what he talks about. That's what he talks more in depth about. You know what I'm saying? And it is very much a thing, you know, and it's like sex is a certain level of value in that. Every woman does not have a high sexual value. Every man does not have a high sexual value. It's something that you got to work on. You usually start working on that when you're in your teenagers years. You know, when you're a teenager, you start practicing, you start having your experiences, and then it usually grows over time. But a lot of times people don't even really think about it like this. They don't even think like that's something that you got to work on, something that you got to deal with as far as like try to enhance your sexual value. They just don't really think about that. You know, if you watch this live stream, this is probably the first you heard about it, or you haven't even you haven't even heard about this in a long time. Since I'm talking about it right now, you probably haven't even heard anybody talk about this in a while. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't usually talk about this side of it. They don't go in on it. So the thing is this further reads, the subject of an ex is sometimes a complicated one. As one tries to get over a relationship, there are some who might have a longer than usual impact. Setting the pace on how the ideal mate should be, making it complicated to stay in a relationship. An alpha widow is a term used to describe a woman who holds attachment and is still fixated on the man who had the most impact in her life. So, you know, I'm looking at some things, but let me see here. I gotta kind of highlight this point here, and I ain't gonna lie. I think, you know, I don't know. You know, it was somebody watching me or whatever. And then they just fell off as soon as I started talking about the alpha widows. As soon as I started talking about it, they, you know, pretty much they couldn't get over it. They clicked off. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, a lot of women, that's, you know, I think I don't know what's the percentage of you know, basically I don't know what the percentage of women that listen to me, but a lot of women that listen to me, they are alpha widows. We're talking about, you know, dating. We're still talking about dating, you know, modern women in America, right? So I'm laying all of these things out, okay? You know, let's run them back, okay? So a lot of what you're gonna deal with is a woman that is, you know, basically sexually promiscuous. Okay, she's having sex. Okay, now you want to find out. Let me just help you. You know, let me help you out with that. You want to find out. We already know she's a modern woman. She's doing whatever she wants to. You want to find out. You want to have tough conversations. You want to first and foremost, you want to find out, is it at the very least, is she gonna fuck you? Or does she want to fuck you? Does she want to have coitus? I'm being too graphic. Does she want to have coitus with you? Is she going to have coitus with you? And does she want to have coitus with you? You know, we already know she's most likely promiscuous. If she's not, and she says she's celibate, you know, you have to investigate that. You have to kind of sift that out. You know, you might have to, you know what I'm saying, if a chick really into you, you might have to, you know what I'm saying, have a little drinky drink, you know what I'm saying? If you know, a little smoky smoke, you know, because you want to, you know what I'm saying, get that truth serum in her and then ask some questions. You know what I'm saying? Try to, you know, and I ain't trying to say take advantage of nobody and nothing like that, but you want to see whatever you can do to try to get the truth, find out the truth, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women be lying about them being celibate. But in a way you can kind of tell, if she's always calling you, she's always picking up the phone right away when you call her, when she's all, you know, a lot of her focus and attention is towards you, you can kind of tell at least she's into you a lot. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got some women that are very good actors though. But the first thing is like, yeah, I mean, you want to negotiate, you know, does she really like you like that? Because, I mean, a lot of times what men do is they so scared to run the broad away, they don't even talk about that. And then now they going on $100 date or more. And, you know, basically to a chick. They don't even want to have sex with them. Then they gonna make some lame TikTok video about it or YouTube short about it. And then, you know what I'm saying, it's like all the women gonna be like, why would she have sex for a steak dinner and all that goofy shit? So the thing is that, you know, she is already sexually promiscuous. She's you know, have certain degrees of promiscuity, meaning she's been with a lot of men or a few men or, you know, several men, you could even say. But she's sexual promiscuous to a certain degree. The thing is that, you know, some people say body count don't matter. Okay. Yeah. A lot of people gonna be, you know, in the STD clinic. If you listen to that, that's a good way to show your ass up in the STD clinic. So you gotta sift out that, you know, how promiscuous she is, how, you know, how much she out there. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that if you really like her like that, does she want to give you some of that, you know, some of that coitus? You know what I'm saying? And if she wants to give you some of that coitus, that's what you should concern yourself over. Because at least you can get some coitus. You know what I'm saying? Like, the thing is like, you don't want to be going out, wasting your time and, you know, money on a chick that don't even want to give you, you know, any coitus. You know what I'm saying? That's just not, that's dumb. She probably might have one or more abortions. Okay. And then she's most likely also an alpha widow. and the single mom. You know, so I ain't gonna lie to you. You probably already like, you like. Because this is like a fucking math equation. I'm ready to throw this motherfucking, like, I'm literally writing this shit down. I'm like ready to throw this motherfucking book out the window, like break my window and shit. Because it's like, it's dumb, because it's a lot of shit. It's like, basically, for some reason or another, women really just lost control. They got unchecked. And then there's no way for them to be checked, so they just basically just off the fucking rails. But the thing is that, okay, men, women are trying to be like men. Women are trying to compete with men, so they're trying to be like men, and they talking like men. They're very masculine, right? And the thing is that okay, so where does that leave you? It's like it's just this weird situation. But the thing is this: when it comes down to it, this is what you're dealing with when you're trying to deal with an alpha widow. Okay. So it reads further: a man's worst nightmare. According to relationship experts, dating such a woman can be one of the worst experiences for a man, since one loses the ability to pair bond, as the other partner's mind is not in the union but elsewhere. Okay. So this is where I gotta go to the white woman that talks about women and red pill and shit like that, because this is where this shit goes, right? All right, so let's take a pause on this. Let's go to Happy Wife School. Let's go here.
Why aren't you financially free? Why spend all of your time at your job and miss out?
So why does the obsession of limerence occur? This goes into the second reason of why women cheat. The obsession of limerence with a bad boy occurs with us as women because we have a huge emptiness in us that we are trying to fill.
It ain't no emptiness. It's that motherfucking hunting down that alpha widow. Okay, your PhDs, your education ain't gonna fool me. It might fool somebody else that doesn't know anything. Maybe a young 20-year-old, a brash 20-year-old that don't really know all of the game or how to express it. But basically, women try to. One of the things that I do know, and this is again, basically one of the best persons to describe it was Alan Roger Curry. When I talked about the three types of women, the slut, the concubine, the wife, right? Okay. In regards to the alpha widow, one of the things she does is she'll settle on a guy, an average guy, or the guy that she really doesn't really want, and she'll make that man miserable because she'll always be comparing him to other men that she's been with. And then also she'll even take it a step further and cheat on quote unquote better men or tougher men, in this case bad boys, because she's not satisfied with that average regular guy, you know, or simp husband, you know. So the thing is this, right? That emptiness and all of that is you getting that big, strong, highly sexual alpha male to bust that thing open. That's what she has to make it PG. She has, you know, this is YouTube. She has a professional channel. She's a professional woman. She has to protect this, you know, sister code and all of that type of stuff. And I have to just, you know, I have to redefine it and put things in perspective as it is, because I don't, you know, I'm professional too, but I don't have to dress things up. It is how it is over here. You know, I'm not trying to sell you a house. I'm not trying to sell you $100,000 car. You know, I mean, basically I'm telling you how it is. So let's play this some more.
And we do feel entitled to fill that emptiness. I teach and know that all humans have an emptiness inside of us. This is where our pursuit of happiness stems from. But as women, our emptiness is an abyss. It is so vast and so deep because of how we feel badly about ourselves. I'm going to get more into this. That we chase things in life in our pursuit of happiness to try to fill that emptiness. And part of the reason that we have such a vast emptiness as women is because we are pain avoiders and we starve ourselves of life. So we will do anything to avoid the emotional pain of life, and we'll keep ourselves very small and hiding in life to avoid that pain. And we also do not make ourselves a priority to do the things to care for ourselves, to make sure that we have a full cup and have plenty to give ourselves and plenty to give in our life and in our different relationships and those that we care about. And it feeds the abyss and the emptiness inside of us, that there is something so deeply missing in ourselves that we are desperate to fill that emptiness, which then feeds our entitlement to fill that emptiness. Ladies, what I want you to know and recognize that deeply missing something in you, and I know we all have that as women, all the women I've talked to relate to it. Just no matter what box I check off in life, I still feel like there's something missing. The something missing is you. The something missing is you. We have never learned to connect with ourselves. We have never learned to build a healthy relationship with ourselves and feel good about who we are. And that's what's actually missing. So there's nothing that you're going to go after in life externally of you that is going to fill that emptiness. And certainly no bad boy or other man outside of your marriage is going to fill that emptiness. So some of you often ask, why do we have this emptiness? Why do women feel so bad about themselves? Very simply, the reason women feel so badly about ourselves is because of the choices and decisions that we make in life that diminish us, we have no integrity or character. So we make many, many choices outside of our integrity, outside of character, that diminish our sense of self-value and feeling good about who we are. So it's not our past, it's not our upbringing, it's not our dad, it's not men, it's not your husband. It's the choices and decisions that we make that cause us to feel really bad about ourselves. And so then the depth of which we feel bad ourselves bad about ourselves is the degree to which we will chase something like a bad boy to validate how badly we feel about ourselves. The vast majority of women who will cheat or have an affair is because of how badly they feel about themselves. And the vast majority of women who will cheat or have an affair will be with a bad boy. And there's two main reasons as women that we look to a bad boy to fill that emptiness inside of us. One, we want the chaos and drama, because we confuse the chaos and drama that you will always get with a bad boy with passion and love and excitement. When you take a step back, that's so silly, because we can see how destructive we become to ourselves, destructive to our lives, destructive to our husband, our families. Having an affair with a bad boy, or before marriage, getting with a bad boy, we know it's not good for us. We know it's awful. But we want that chaos and drama because we confuse it with passion and love and excitement in life. That's one reason why we crave bad boys. The second reason is to validate how badly we feel about ourselves. And we want a bad boy who's going to treat us so poorly to reinforce that we are a POS and scum of the earth and feel deserving of that. I can't tell you how many women I've talked to who don't feel deserving of the good man that they have, and then create that as a justification and entitlement to go outside the marriage, have an affair, and be with a bad boy who treats them terribly. But those are the two main reasons why. So we want them to treat us badly to validate how badly we feel about ourselves. And we want the chaos and drama because we think that's the excitement. And the worse we feel about ourselves as women, the deeper the emptiness and the more desperation we have to search for something to fill that emptiness. The women who are going to have an affair or cheat are the women who feel the worst about themselves and hate themselves and do not like themselves, which again stems from the choices and decisions they make in their life to devalue themselves and diminish themselves. Hello again. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch today. For those women listening.
All right, so that's Wife School. Check her out on YouTube. She's got the Wife School. But basically, alpha widows, that's, kind of something that they do. They compare you to their past lover, you know what I'm saying? And that's the chick that you get with, and she's not satisfied after she basically couldn't get any other guy. She couldn't get anybody close to the alpha that she was with. So she settled with you because you had a stable job, stable income. And if you don't have no game or understanding, and you're definitely simping, she's gonna make your life miserable. She's going to basically compare you to her past lovers, past love interests, and say you're lesser than them, even though you're paying all the bills. You're basically taking care of her. That's basically a situation where you get with a woman and you are not appreciated and all of that type of stuff. Is because she settled on you. A lot of times this comes into, you even got pimps. They say, get the woman that want you. Don't chase the woman that you want, because a lot of times what happens is when you do chase women, because you shouldn't chase women. Look at it like this. If you don't get nothing else from me, look at women like cats. Okay, you chase a cat, that cat, male or female, is not going to naturally come up to you or let you come into their life, because they gonna naturally run away. But if you provide some milk, you provide some food around, they're gonna come around more. And then you could pet them and stuff like that. And it's like that's how women are, And the thing is that when you chase women, they're going to basically kind of run away from you, first of all, and then two, even if they are receptive to you, you stand a chance of getting a woman that don't really want you because she didn't come up to you. She didn't give you any choosing signals. She didn't make her way to see you, to come around you, or show any interest into you, and it's like, okay, you get involved with a woman that doesn't really want you. That's what you open those types of doors where you possibly can you possibly, even if you get that woman that you really want so bad, you open up the doors to where you might be getting with a woman that's an alpha widow that even if you got her, she's not going to be satisfied with you. So this is what this article was talking about. So let me read further. That is a challenge of dating older women after 25, says Silas Naichwani, journalist and author of 50 Memos to Men. She could have 2 or 3 boyfriends who were either rich or were good in bed, and all her men have to measure up to that one. This has consequently resulted in men marrying soaking wives, he says. Mourning missed opportunities. Sometimes the smallest brush with an alpha male is enough to produce an alpha widow who will always be searching for that man in every relationship. Now, let me pause on this. So this is where, okay, let me go back to the story. Okay, Al Roger Curry was talking about RIP. How a slut is created. Okay. Basically, sluts don't come out, their mama's vagina being sluts. I mean, they certainly, if their mama was a slut, yeah, they can kind of like take on that same behavior, no doubt, right? But the thing is what makes a slut is chasing sexual climaxes. So what typically happens, okay, a woman in high school, she has her first sexual experience. And it might not be an alpha. It might just, be just a younger guy. It might be an alpha. It might be she's a junior in high school. She dates the star quarterback. And he's, tapping her brains out. All the while, she's only a junior in high school. He goes away to college. He comes back and takes her to prom the following senior year. And he's, going balls deep. He's, really got her in a tizzy. She's in love. They, break up because she finds out he's cheating on her in college or whatever. He already got a college sweetheart. She goes her separate way. She breaks up. She's emotional. She's distraught. She eventually goes her other way. But now she has a metrics that she's looking for. Now she either goes down from that metrics or she looks for, try to go higher than that metrics. So then she, eventually graduates high school. She goes to college and she starts either dating jocks, or sometimes what women do is they realize, okay, if I date these highly sexual alpha promiscuous men, I'm going to have these problems again. Or, they'll just date down. They'll date a regular guy. Okay. A regular guy that's just, a regular guy. He's not a jock. He's just a regular student, and then they'll go from there. And they might not necessarily go that route. Where the woman goes into being a slut, she'll try to, by the time she go to college, she'll date a guy that's actually a member of a frat, a fraternity, and he's also an athlete or whatever, a jock. And he's gonna, have sex with her even more intense. He's even a higher level sexual alpha than her high school sweetheart. And then same thing happens, break up, or maybe they just go their separate way, whatever. And then, eventually she graduates high school. Now she's going into her career. She's looking for a job. And she's she's looking for the next high. She's looking for somebody even better, And then she's, by that time, she's, having some hot girl summers, and she's trying different men and, trying to chase that next experience. So it becomes a situation where she's almost like a crackhead trying to find the next nut that's going to take her higher and higher, and that's the, basically the makings of a slut. That's how they do it. It's like, sex is definitely addictive. That's the makings of a nymphomaniac. A lot of people don't remember Spike Lee's first movie wasn't He Got Game, or even basically School Days. His first movie was the movie basically of a black female nymphomaniac, and the movie was called She Gotta Have It. Now, they did a Netflix special, but it was a long time ago of that same. They turned it into a TV series, but I don't know if it's still on Netflix. But that was his first movie. So the thing is that that's the makings of that. Basically they turn into nymphos. It's like, because sex is very, very addictive. Sex is one of the most addictive things you could actually do. I do, some people don't believe that it's a thing called sexual addiction, but it is. Sex addiction is a thing, that both men and women have to, deal with. So yeah, that's kind of how they go. I mean, a lot of, when you talk about a slut, basically a slut, a nice, I guess, scholarly term you could say is a nymphomaniac. Okay, and that's kind of pretty much how that goes. They, it's kind of like a sexual addict that's looking for the next high. And it's the thing is that where it doesn't get fun is when you get with the woman that's a sexual addict. Right? Because we looking at it, okay, if it's looking at it from that perspective is kind of, it turns it into a situation where it's not so much I'm humiliating them, but they're an addict. She's got to have it, right? And then it's like, okay, they're chasing their next high. And, okay, imagine you get this type of woman pregnant. That's an addict. Okay, how good of a mother do you think an addict would be? This is the type of woman that's going to have sex in front of other men with your children around. This is the type of world you open up to if you don't have any understandings. You having too much fun. You either yourself or a nympho, and you dealing with women that are nymphos, and you too happy dick. You don't have no dick control. And then they can, women that are sluts or nymphos, whatever you want to call them, a lot of them do have some very good, some good vag. You know what I'm saying? Like they got some, real good, you know what I'm saying? yum yum. And it's like, you know, it's a lot of times it's good enough to where, you know, or whatever, that you're gonna probably bust in it, and then there you go. You got a woman that's a sexual addict, pregnant. Good luck about her being a good mother. Good luck, you know. Now you got a situation where you got a woman that's pretty much has some mental problems. And then she's bringing other men around your kids, you know. Then, not God forbid, you don't want to go into any dark stories or realities with that. What are you talking about? You're going into the world of sexual molestation and all of that type of stuff. That's the doors that you open. Those are the Pandora boxes that you open when you you going overboard with sluts. You know, you going overboard with basically a woman that's basically a nympho. You know, and it's like, yeah, nobody told you. You didn't even look at it that way. You know, so let's further read more of this article here. And I'm gonna try to go back to modern dating, but I think I might have kind of explained that to a certain extent. I glanced over that and I pretty much explained that. Let me put this article in the chat here. Let me finish reading this. It can be a one-night stand or that one guy in a party during the campus years, or even a missed opportunity to develop a hope-filled connection at a social gathering. These missed connections end up being regrets, and it doesn't matter if they meet a great guy. These alpha widows will always compare their experiences with that one person who made their heart stand. In addition, an alpha widow can be widowed from the fantasy of her ideal partner. This is a fairly common phenomenon, especially with women who married early in their 20s. Most of them feel like they missed out on making a great hypergamous choice, or had it made for them by circumstance or social pressures. That missed opportunity leads some women to be widowed from the fantasy of an alpha who would have been a better choice. Alan Lawrence says, a relationship coach, while there is still no word yet coined for males of an average sexual value targeting a female with high sexual value as a result of a short-term experience with one, there are men who also have that habit. Now, I will tell you this, and to give credit, BGS Itboard calls the women version of this the Thunderbolt. Now I'm looking crazy because I'm scratching my head because I definitely have a Thunderbolt. And the funny thing about that shit, or weird thing about it, is I ain't never had sex with this woman, like physical sex. I got as far as third base, but shit, all I remember was breaking up, and then next thing you know, I'm feeling Stevie Wonder's Soul. Pause. I'm hearing Stevie Wonder songs. Isn't She Lovely and That Girl, and I'm feeling that shit like I was born in 1970 and I wasn't even born when that music was even out. And I'm driving around listening to that shit every day all of a sudden. And that's definitely me getting hit by a fucking thunderbolt. Okay? You know what I'm saying? A kapow. I ain't gonna lie, I still think about old girl, man, and not as I used to, but it's still kind of like in the back of my fucking mind. You know what I'm saying?
Pause.
What's considered third base? Well, in my case, well, back then it was, we basically had sex with clothes on. I mean, that was what I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was weird to me because I don't think I ever did that too. I was like, how old was I? I was either 18. I think I was 18. Yeah, I was 18. I had just went away to school. I went away before the fall semester started, so I went to summer school, and ran into a chick that was in dry humping, pretty much. Yeah, that was in a sorority, and yeah, I mean, it was that definitely was a thunderbolt like a motherfucker. Because see, and it was very similar to the Alpha Widow type of stuff. Because I mean, definitely I gotta
pause.
Because I compare a lot of women with her, like that Thunderbolt woman. That's why I'm still, in a way, I'm very much looking for the same type of woman. A 92 octane type of woman is, 89 is like, okay, but I only really like to really deal with 89s and 92 octane women because it's like I can't go lower than my Thunderbolt. If I do, I'm really not even going to be satisfied unless I have a situation where, and that's pretty common with women on a lower socioeconomic scale. If they are respectful to you because they know without you, it's some women like you see that in the movie, in the show Insecure, with Lawrence dating the bank teller. Okay, when you get some women that are, let's just say, like, they might be an 87, you might be a 92 or 89 type of male on a octane scale, right? You can get with a lot of, sometimes women that are like, okay, general women that just basically, let's just say they work at the library where they're an assistant librarian. You don't have to have no college degree to get the job. She worked her way up or whatever at the library. She could be respectful, and she can really look up to you. She'd be like, hey, Mr. Computer Man, you know what I'm saying? Like, she really looks up to you because she values the fact that you went to college. She values the fact that what you know how to do, how you know how to earn a living, the things that you know how to do. She's like your cheerleader. Like, those types of women can work because she's looking up to you and she respects the fact that, okay, those women tend to be, if you get those lower women and they're appreciative, it'll work because they appreciate you, they're your cheerleader, and they're submissive because they listening to you and you taking care of them. It's working, you're doing good. You know what I'm saying? Like, that'll work. But I ain't gonna lie, this guy, he doesn't probably know about YouTube or the Black Manosphere or BGS, anything like that. So he doesn't know, but that the counterpart to the Alpha Widow is, it's the Thunderbolt. BGS Sidmore coined that phrase, the Thunderbolt. The synonymous to the Alpha Widow is the Thunderbolt. A woman that lit a lightning rod in a man. charge that man up. You know, he's still thinking about her. He still wants certain types of women just similarly like her. That explains, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna break it down to you what you know the male version of this is in real fucking time. I'm gonna break it down to you. And this explains it. And you're gonna be like, aha, I got it now. I fucking got it. Yes. And this explains why you know, guys go out and get very they take things a step further. They try to even get women that looks just like their fucking ex-wife, you know, or looks similar, you know what I'm saying? When I show you this, you'll exactly know what the hell I'm talking about. Boom. I mean, she kind of looks like a different version. Like she could be, she kind of looks a little similar. You know, some people say that she looked like Keith Davidson, or when she got the blonde hair, like right here on the left, on the bottom left. But yeah, I mean, that's what actually happened. It's weird, man. It's like, you know, talk about the Kardashian curse and all that. One of the things I never forget about, because, you know, Kim, she been with a lot of different dudes. One of the dudes that she was with was Reggie Bush. I never forgot Reggie Bush, after he broke up, or they broke up, he broke up with Kim Kardashian. He got with a chick that looked just like Kim Kardashian. It was like, wow. It was like her doppelganger. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the quintessential Thunderbolt type stuff, where you just get with a woman that's very similar to your the woman that you know had a Thunderbolt, you know, with, you know. So like the male version, you definitely can say is the Thunderbolt. I ain't necessarily stalked the broad, none of that shit. No, I ain't did none of that. It's just like, man, you know what I'm saying? All I know is a motherfucker was in love like a motherfucker. I couldn't explain it. It sound like a simp story like a motherfucker, but I promise you, you know, I mean, I would have to get drunk, probably high, to really feel, you know, some Stevie Wonder. I don't just be playing like when I play Stevie Wonder now, I don't have that same experience. No, I enjoy the songs, but I don't have the same experience. I'm a little bit more dark now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have that type of, you know what I'm saying? I've been through too much shit to be like, you know, I mean, I still got love in me and all of that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, my heart is a little bit more colder and a little bit more darker. But the thing is this, right? Yeah, I mean, I definitely had a similar experience, but it was different. It was just different. So this further reads, okay. Alan says, okay, who is he talking about? Okay, he's talking about the Alan Lawrence. So Alan says this condition arises from scarcity mentality, lack of self-confidence, past relationship struggles, as well as the inability to meet, create attraction with new women. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna get on this internet and lie to y'all. That shit is real like a motherfucker. Whoever this motherfucker is, Alan Lawrence, that's somebody, man, y'all need to look up, man. Y'all, matter of fact, let me copy this dude's name, man. I gotta look this dude up, see if he got a channel or wrote some books or some shit like that. That motherfucker dropped, man, that's some heavy shit right there. He said, I'm gonna read this again. Alan says, this condition arises from a scarcity mentality, lack of self-confidence, past relationship struggles, as well as the inability to meet and create attraction with new women. See, that's the thing, right? I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, when I was away at college, I was down in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois. And I know I talk about it way too much, but it was just a unique environment. Like, I mean, I was young. I was 18, 19 years old. I was in a different environment than I was at. I grew up, around basically Dalton, where the mayor that they talking about and shit. That's where I grew up. I mean, it wasn't like Champaign-Urbana. It was more dudes than it was women, and then it was connected to Chicago. With Chicago, yeah, you can get laid in Chicago. Like, it's a lot of women in Chicago. Like, I mean, a lot of 87s. It's a mixed bag. I mean, but it's like, yeah, you can get laid in Chicago. Like, it's a lot of promiscuous women in Chicago. I got there's flashbacks coming to me. I can't go there, but the thing is this: compared to Champaign-Urbana being 18 and 19 with a car, with an apartment, I ain't really even had that much money at all. I used to be so broke. I was dependent on a Western Union from my mother and my father, or whoever could send me fucking one. That's how broke I used to be. I mean, but the thing is that it was just a unique environment. It was a great place to meet young women. Everybody was, young, going to college. Even the townies. Oh my God, like, I mean, I was just a whore. That's all I can say. I was a fucking whore. But the thing is this. I mean, it was an environment that, okay, I mean, also, it was the 90s. People were young, it wasn't that many black people as well. One of the things I'll say, it was just not that many black people. So when you go a place where it's not that much competition, you're gonna have a better experience with women. When you go to a place where it's not that many black men and it's more black women, you're gonna have most likely you're gonna have a better experience. And it ain't you. Like, a lot of times, here's the thing. That's why I say it's your location. I say location, because and it's one of the key things about this article is that inability to meet and create an attraction with new women. If you not around no new women, how the fuck can you create an attraction? How can you meet new women if it ain't no new women to meet? You got to go somewhere where you can meet new women. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know where you can go to meet new women, like, or you might not even know. Like, your homie might know. I don't know. Like, you got to go out and meet new women. You know what I'm saying? On the internet, good luck. But the thing is that going to different places that kind of have that same scenario. Like one of the places I always mention is Atlanta. Atlanta, it's that place, but not really because it's a lot of hard legs though. I don't know, like it's a lot of dudes. Atlanta got a lot of dudes, a lot of competition. I mean, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, but they do got a lot of women, a lot of women though. I don't know, but you got to worry about the dudes though. You got, man. Man, I done heard plenty of stories, man. I done saw tons of news stories. Man, they locked up the YSL. They locked up an entire gang, and the damn crime rate dropped overnight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know about them dudes, man. The dude, you gotta worry about the dudes, cause you know what I'm saying? The dudes is gonna be the ones that come at you. Like the women, they gonna say shit and all that, but the dudes is who you gotta watch out for. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but Atlanta is got a lot of women, man. They got a lot of like per capita or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I've been hearing that for like decades. It's more women to go around. So, you know what I'm saying? You got Houston. I mean, it's just different places, man. It's like that you just gonna have a better opportunity to meet certain women and different women, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's just how it is. Like, and a lot of times this is why it's important. This is why I'm really zeroing in on this. You would think that you probably is you. You'll think it's you. You'll think like, damn, I'm just not that nigga. I'm not the dude. I'm you know what I'm saying? You'll start second guessing yourself. You'll start even losing confidence over time. And it's just a situation where you just in a bad neighborhood or part of this, just bad state or bad city, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta go somewhere else. And it could be that. And that's why dudes travel over, they take it a little extreme. They just go to a whole nother country. And it's, they can't live there. They don't even know the language. You know what I'm saying? But they just go to a whole nother fucking country because, they're going to meet, they know they're going to meet other women. They know those women, are looking for men. They got a different variety and shit like that. But yeah, man, it's like people, that's very, very important. Like, you could just be in a bad location and you could be fine. You could be a good looking guy. You could be a highly sexually valuable man, which a lot of time, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's not no fucking a normal thing. Like if you don't get nothing from this article, is what I just said, and then the fact that you are a highly valuable sexual male or a high value sexual male, that is not something that's normal. That is something that is more rare than you actually give yourself credit for. That's why I don't like the idea, being younger still, somewhat younger, I ain't no old man yet, basically, to be paying women, because I already know, like, I mean, really, to be honest, I should have been a porn star. I just didn't want to, fuck up. I ain't want my family, man, to, bring dishonor to my family, man. Seeing, I'm fucking up bitches and shit on pornos and shit on Bang Bros and shit. I just never, something I wanted to do when I first got out of high school. I was dead serious. I responded to a Craigslist ad and everything, but I was like, nah, I ain't about to do that shit. I mean, now it's real easy to do it now because you got OnlyFans, but I just never did it. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is this. I say all that to say I already knew at an early age, like my early 20s, that I knew how to, you know what I'm saying, drop the hammer. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's not normal. Like a lot of times people, they really take that for granted. Or people assume because you black that's, you know, you automatically supposed to have that, or that's something that's normal. That's not normal. That's something that is a rare commodity. And women will pay. Women do pay men. You know, they do. Like it's becoming more common than you know of, because you got a lot of women that understand now. They got money. They kind of have a position that they kind of like a dude, where they make a lot of money. They got what they need. And they got dudes that are gigolos, you know, just like you can go look for an escort that's a female, a woman. There's male escorts. There's male, you know, basically dancers that, you know what I'm saying, are bodybuilders, and, you know, women go, you know, it's clubs that it ain't that many. And most people don't really even think about it, you know what I'm saying? But there is a such thing called male exotic dancers. They only work every day because women have bachelor parties every single day. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, but you know, we don't think about that shit like that. We just don't. And we try to, you know, break it out of our system because we don't even think about it. Because first of all, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of gay, you know, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? But it is a thing.
Pause.
Men absolutely are getting paid to break the fucking backs of women in the bedroom. I mean, one of the things that I'm reminded of this, I see this more often on Twitter. I see it on Twitter, like it be dudes like fucking, I already know they probably escorts. They literally, you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't know that or think it, but they got all of these chicks, right, that they having scenes with, and then they got random chicks and shit. And it's like, yeah, if women, one of the things I'll tell you, you know, women talk with other women, and women are not, you know, they're not gonna keep things from other women. If they, you know, if their girlfriend is having some issues, she might have broke up with her boyfriend and she's complaining that she's not getting any sex, right? She's gonna, you know, express that with her other friends. And another woman is probably already have had an experience with a man or a gigolo or whatever, exotic dancer. She gonna be like, you know, I know this dude, but he charged like $300 a night. He gives you a massage, and he's got some of the best dick I've ever had. He gonna tell that you know, she's gonna tell that that her girlfriend his name or Instagram, whatever, and she might be a little shy about it, but she might, you know, go in his DM and be like, you know, my girlfriend told me about you. give massages or some shit. And then next thing you know, he's coming over there with a massage chair and some oils, and he got a new client. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm gonna be honest, it's like a whole world that you just don't really even think about. And it's not like a whole bunch of women are paying men. Most women, they are not paying men to have sex. I'm not telling you on this internet, on this fine internet here, that women in mass are paying men to sleep with them. Most women do not need to pay men to sleep with them. But it is a growing number of women that definitely are paying men to sleep with them. And here's another thing. There are men and have been men that basically they ain't necessarily gigolos, but they deal with different women and they get, certain things. Like they get it's men that get cars from women. It's men that they deal with women that are they upper class or something like that, or they got money, and they not necessarily gigolos, but they deal with women and they get basically get taken care of. They ain't necessarily homosexuals, but they get like gifts. You know what I'm saying? They get the PlayStation, they get a car, they get some money. You know what I'm saying? It's like certain situations like that where that's more typical, and they totally get it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's a thing. It is a thing. Like, it's a lot of women that absolutely they do that too, and they know the dude got other women. He's not, exclusively with them. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, it is a thing. Like a lot of guys don't really talk about that or whatever, and I don't know why guys don't talk about that, but it is a thing where women do pay men. You know what I'm saying? They do pay. I mean, women simp. I'm gonna say this again. Women simp for men too. Women absolutely simp for men. They just don't like talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, as above, so below. Like, they just don't like really talking about it like that because they more embarrassed, and stuff like that. They only probably talk about it with other women. They're not gonna talk about it with men, and they might not even talk about it on the internet. They'll talk about it in private, with other women because it's very embarrassing. Women, like, again, they like cats. They like to bury their dirt. They bury their, shit. So, but yeah, I'm not saying you gotta be this guy that, get paid by women, but I say all of that to say that, I'm just saying from my experience, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about from my vantage point. I absolutely know that this is a thing and it's something that you can do when you have some special skills. But I never did it. Well, I ain't gonna say I never did it. That's a fucking lie. That's a goddamn lie. I have definitely got some money, you know what I'm saying? But it was a different experience. I'm not gonna say more in detail about that, but the thing is that yeah, I've gotten compensated, but it was not like how it wasn't typical at all. It was totally different. It was a different experience and all of that type of stuff. And I already knew the chick. But the thing is this. The location that you're in put you in a situation, could put you in a situation where it's a certain level of scarcity with women, and you in your mind you thinking it's a scarcity, and it just be you just don't live in Houston. You know what I'm saying? We just haven't had the balls enough to move to Houston. You know, or don't even want to move to Houston or North Carolina or fucking Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? And you just ain't doing it, you know, or go to Las Vegas, you know, and all that type of shit. So the thing is this. That is very, very key what that last paragraph that I just read. I'm gonna read more of this. I'm definitely gonna look that dude up. Let's see where else. Let's see, where did I leave off at? All right, so further reads, this condition usually comes from the belief that you'll never meet a woman like the one you had ever again. Such men fall prey to women who end up using them just for gains such as money or status, and dump them once they have gained what they desire, he says. This shit getting juicy than a motherfucker. I have not read, it's been a long time since I've read an article that really intrigued me like what I'm reading right now. Oh, he said, okay, Houston is like basically the new Atlanta. Like how Atlanta was the like talk of the town, where a lot of people moved. Okay, I'm from Illinois, from the Chicagoland area. Some of the people that I know, that I grew up with, that I went to high school with, they moved to Atlanta and they still live in Atlanta. People start moving to Atlanta in the 90s, in the 2000s, and recently. Houston became the new spot where Black people start moving to. Black people from California, Nevada, Louisiana, even people in Atlanta, and even parts of Georgia start moving to Houston. Dallas, Houston, primarily because of jobs. Texas has a lot of oil money. They have a lot of there's a lot of money. They have no state taxes, I believe. There's like a lot of benefits. Even family members of mine live in Texas. Texas has a lot of they have a thriving tech center. They have a lot of more money in Texas. A lot of different industries in Texas. Is hot all year round, pretty much. And it's just another place that a whole bunch of people start moving to. And then wherever Black women move to, that's where the pussy goes. It's like the movement of pussy. Like that's the best way I can explain it. I mean, at one time it was Atlanta. It still is. Atlanta just went crazy. Like, I mean, as far as so many people start moving to Atlanta, and it drove the prices up and everything like that. Houston is just one of those cities where it's the most recent, city that, it's kind of like that. But North Carolina like that. A lot of people from the East Coast, New York, New Jersey, the DMV, they moved to North Carolina. North Carolina got a lot of bitches that's, that's looking, what I'm saying, I was about to go to North Carolina like about a year and a half ago to meet some chick, man. Shit. I mean, she was just disrespectful because she hung the phone up on me, and that was it. Like it was a wrap. I blocked her ass, and that was it. But a lot of people moved to North Carolina from different parts of the country. Same thing, just mainly jobs, opportunities. But then the same thing happened because one of the things that people didn't do, they took that same mentality where they came from, and they just took it to where they took it to North Carolina, and it fucked them up because the people that were renters, that they had that rent mindset, when they moved to North Carolina, they just steady started renting. And then the housing market exploded, and then they got stuck being a renter, and then you had a whole bunch of people that couldn't even find a house even if they wanted to, because they already had missed the ball. So it's still crazy. It hasn't never settled, so this was like years ago. And it's, I don't really know about Houston and stuff, but Texas, the housing market, as far as I know, in Texas is still low, but it's still skyrocketing because more people moving there. The prices are going through the roof. But you can get like a kind of a mansion there that's less than $1 million. Where even in like parts of the Chicagoland area, you can't even get a mansion for, like, it's gonna be close to $1 million or $1 million. Even in Indiana, it's gonna be close to $1 million, or if not over $1 million. Whereas in Texas, you can still get a home like that for like $500,000 because the prices is still going up, but it hasn't gone up as much as it went in Atlanta or North Carolina, parts of North Carolina like Raleigh and whatnot, different parts of Charlotte and whatnot, because there's so many people move from New York, move to even Florida, different parts of that East Coast, and even different parts of the country that move to North Carolina. People go in packs, like they follow the herd. Like people start moving to North Carolina, people start moving to Phoenix, start moving to Houston, Texas, start moving to Atlanta. Even to be honest, most of the people in Indiana or Northwest Indiana, they're from Chicago. They're from Illinois. Most people, they cross their state line. Like if you're from New York, you probably have already moved to New Jersey because it's the next state over. It's the cheapest. It's cheaper than New York. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of people that move from New York to New Jersey. It's kind of like that. But yeah, it's just another place that people move to. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just pretty much it. But let me read this further here. Let me read this here. Let's see where I left off it. Yeah, okay. However, experts concur that a man dating an alpha widow with a view to settling down is like walking straight into a minefield of stress. If your sexual encounters with your woman is hardly spontaneous, but controlled or scheduled, she always gives excuses for not being intimate with you, telling you that she doesn't like sex. Don't forget to add with you, not willing to have a baby with you, despite there being no proper reason, those are red flags right there. Oh my fucking God. This is some of the juiciest shit I've read. This is like, God, this is like manna from heaven. I mean, like, literally, this describes literally my ex-wife. I mean, literally, like, I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna get on it. My purpose on getting on this internet was not to lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't got no reason to not disclose that. You live and learn. Like this, I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, man, you know, it's just a thing when you dealing with different women that have been with a lot of different dudes and, you know, all that type of shit. It opens the door for this. Unfortunately, now, the crazy thing, like I said, I wrote all of this shit down and I just, you know, I was like, God damn, it's like a math equation. You know, sexually promiscuous and, you know, has a lot or a few or several ex-partners, one or more abortion, is an alpha widow, single mom. You know, it's like, God damn, you know, it's all of this shit just intertwined. And it's like, you know, the thing is, it's like, this is, you know, this is pretty common. All of that stuff that I just mentioned, that's like the common woman from Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles. That's like that's a common makeup of a woman, like this article reads, from the age of 25 to 45. That's pretty common. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the average woman. I mean, we can talk about why that is. We can talk about the decaying society. We could talk about the degradation of culture in America. The closed promiscuity in America, because everybody walking around, definitely women are walking around like they ain't never fucked before. They walking around like they, you know, damn near virgins, like they're good girls. And it's like, you know, they lying. You know what I'm saying? They totally lying to you, because it's embarrassing for women to be open sexually. Most women are closed sexually, meaning they have to pretend as if they ain't never been with nobody. They have to put on that show and put on that act, put on their dress and act like it's their first time going outside to meet somebody, knowing goddamn well, you know, they got a baby at home. They got a baby daddy that's waiting for them to come home from the club, stalking them. And every now and again, she gives him some pussy. She got another boyfriend at work that she goes into the network room and has sex with. And she's going out with her friends to look for another dude to sleep with, you know, to date, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is that this ain't necessarily, when I think about the Nas rap song, this The Life We Chose. This ain't the life I chose. This ain't the reality that I chose, but it's just something I got to deal with. I live in America where women are, you know, they can be like dudes. Most other countries, women, you know, are controlled. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'm not gonna say women, you know, this is what I'll say. I will say I do believe women should be controlled. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay, yeah. Call me a misogynist or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I think women should be controlled. You know, call me a patriarchist or whatever the fuck or whatever. I do think women should be controlled. I don't think women should be uncontrolled. But at the same time, there's an onus on myself and onus on other men as well. Like, okay, if we gonna be out here fucking like that, if we gonna be out here whoring, well, we gonna be fucking with hoes. And if we both gonna be hoes, how this gonna work out is it's not gonna work out because, okay, who can be the best? Men are designed to be whores per se. Men are designed to be sexually promiscuous. The pros and cons of being a man is you can be sexual promiscuous. The greatest men in the Bible, the greatest men in the Quran were highly sexually promiscuous, had a whole bunch of women, whole bunch of concubines, wives, whatever. Women, not the same. The women that were with a whole bunch of men were harlots, were the spirit of Lilith and all of that other shit. Yeah, we going into Sunday morning. I can go right into a church tomorrow and preach better than the pastor. Don't even get me started. And I can go to a masjid and do the same thing. But the thing is this. Shit, I go to a synagogue and shit, goddamn it, shit, do the same thing too. But the thing is this, right? When it comes down to it, what I just said is actually absolute facts. Women were not designed. Like, if we got a society that basically because the women trying to go tit for tat, or they think they could go tit for tat, they could be basically like a man. It's not gonna work because basically it's consequences in it's certain way that the men are designed versus women, that is pros and cons. One of the pros of being a man is our promiscuity. I've said this many times on this fine YouTube channel and whatnot. Men are prized by our promiscuity. It's pros and cons, double standards you could call it, of a man being a man versus a woman, right? One of the things is men are prized and promoted by our promiscuity. Okay, our sexual value is very much prized by other women. Even men are like, okay, you got dudes literally faking that they're these hot jocks, frat dudes, because they got a bunch of sound effects, they got a studio in Miami, and a bunch of dudes rally around them because they're entertaining, and they get a whole bunch of chicks that are OnlyFans chicks or hot chicks or whatever to come on their show, and they're very good marketing. They're very good internet marketers, right? Internet entertainers. But they don't absolutely know a fucking thing about fucking women, and you can see it because they're fucking up with women. And you can tell, like, okay, this motherfucker is a fraud because he's talking about he got all of this game and all of this shit, and these motherfuckers is lames. And you can tell because of the women they're choosing and the fucked up relationships they're having with women. They're like, man, y'all need some fucking dating coaches. Y'all need to find out who this dude is or whatever. And them dudes do be sneak soaking. And when they first started, them motherfuckers, fresh and fit, they was definitely sneak soaking, watching other people's channels. Oh, okay, I'm gonna steal that sound effect. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say this. And literally that's what they did. They just basically became parrots. And then they took that shit to their channel. Now they're getting ridiculed and they're embarrassed because people are realizing, and they're basically showing that they don't absolutely have no fucking game. There's fucking simps and they're frauds pretending to be dating coaches. on a show providing entertainment, and it's like, yeah, they're absolutely terrible with women. Absolutely horrific with women. If they ain't paying, they can't even fucking have sex with a woman. It's so bad. So it's like, okay, I say all of that to say, the thing is that when it comes to men being promiscuous, that's one of the pros that we have. All of the pain of being a man, having to deal with other men, having to war with other men, having to, fight other men and all of the ails of life that you have to deal with as far as being a man. The pros of being a man is, yes, the more women that you absolutely have, the more women look up to you. That want to even fuck you. That's just how that is. If the babies that you have, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, okay, another thing is like, okay, I don't, again, I say this again. When I hear dudes, it's just me personally. It's just me. When I hear dudes crying about babies, I don't want no baby, and they scared of babies and shit like that. They telling me basically they're a beta male. Absolutely. Now I get if you don't want a baby by a particular woman. Okay, I get that. I give you that. But when you saying like, yeah, you gotta have a go to the abortion clinic, let me drop you off, blah blah blah. Yeah, you saying you're a lesser than man. You're a lower tier man. Because there's nothing alpha about you not wanting the best to come out of, from yourself. It's nothing alpha about that. It's nothing higher tier, being a higher tier male, about you not wanting to manifest greatness from yourself. If you're a great man, you want to manifest also the same thing, the same level of greatness. That should be fucking obvious. But I mean, okay, the thing is what I'm trying to tell you is this a fact. This is an absolute fact, what I'm about to tell you. When I started having children, not only did I get more pussy, I got more famous with my own family and even friends after I started having children. Before I had children, I didn't even have the fucking, experience or fanfare that I did after I had children. So what I'm saying is, okay, also a man having more children is prized and promoted. And not only, okay, women, they don't even think like men and women do not even think the same. Okay, is what I'm trying to tell you as well. Like when I started having actual children, that made me even more of a desired man with other women. Okay, like, I mean, it's just like night and day comparison. Because women see, okay, your product that you make is something that they like and they adore, children and babies. They like, okay, I want that motherfucker. Okay, I want a piece of that man in me. I want to make something just like that. So the thing is that, here's the thing. Like, I know I'm probably the only person that fucking talk like this. But the thing is it's just my opinion and my absolute fact that, yeah, that is definitely not something on a higher tier male would even think, that they don't want something great like themselves to manifest, to grow, to, evolve. But, the thing when it comes to women in reverse, Men don't want no woman that has a whole bunch of children that is with a whole bunch of men. That drives a woman's value down. The only man that wants women like that is goofy, lames, and simps. I'll repeat, goofy, lames, and simps don't give a fuck about your body count as a woman, really in love with sluts and shit like that, trying to bust nuts and sluts and all. Yeah, I mean, and that's what you see on the internet. That's what you see, these like internet nerds and simps, getting with paying for, sluts and porn stars and all that type of shit, getting them pregnant. Absolute, like people just like just the laughing stock. People just laughing. It's like you're a clown. And it's like, yeah, dudes don't really care about it. But they have to deal with that. But the thing is that most men, that's not who they're trying to deal with on a long-term basis, is some chick that's sleeping with everybody. It's pros and cons of being a man versus being a woman. It just is what it is. Now, the average woman ain't necessarily a porn star. I ain't gonna say that, but it's a lot of women that are highly sexually promiscuous, and women are prized for their chastity, not their promiscuity. And I know, women don't give a fuck. They ain't trying to change no motherfucking. I'm not trying to change no women's minds. I'm just stating the fucking facts. I'm just dropping my own science, dropping my own, and it ain't even my own. Like, shit ain't first time you heard this shit, or you know what I'm saying? I ain't the only one saying this or came with this idea or whatever. But the thing is that that's the world that we live in, and it's not going to change. It's not. It's never going to change. It's going to be that way. That's why women lie about their promiscuity. They don't talk. They don't like talking about who they having sex with. Men do. Men are okay with, like, okay, I fucked the shit out that bitch. I fucked that bitch. But women, they can't do that. Most women are not comfortable talking about their promiscuity because it's embarrassing, because they know it's a double standard. They know the roles of men and the roles of women. They know that. And absolutely, women having children is an absolute turnoff to most men. The only hope is basically a stepfather simp, that's an undesirable beta male that doesn't really get that many women and without paying. That will be a stepdad. And it is the funny thing, right? Me telling you that, you probably already know that, but you won't even get those guys. And you should try to, it will just, in my opinion, a woman should be getting with those guys and being happy and being satisfied. But those women don't be satisfied. That's why I'm reading this article. That's why this, article is so juicy. This is like one of the best articles. This is the best online article that I probably have read in a long time. I mean, like, I'm literally going, it's literally making me stay on here for longer than I normally even be on here. Like, I mean, let me drop the fucking join link. Take a little break too. Basically, yeah, if you got any coinage, I would greatly appreciate it.
And they're about to cry. I'm broke. I'm really a broke nigga, yo. I'm really a broke nigga. I'm really a broke nigga.
I mean, this is like one of the best articles, man, I've read in a long time. And this shit like, yo, this shit is exciting right here, Joe. God damn, this shit is juicy. Because it's so true, man. It shit really breaks down a lot of why a lot of men complain online. It goes into me personally, it goes into other men. This is some juicy ass shit right here, right? This is like, man, I just stumbled upon this article just doing a Google search for alpha widows. Like, I never really thought, damn, I should do some research on alpha widows. I just don't really think about it like that. I know I have alpha widows that follow me that, don't come out the shadows or nothing. They just be following me. And then I notice I never really talk about alpha widows, but when I do, I really, the thing is like, I notice when I start talking about alpha widows, strange things happen, like they just, all of a sudden 2 or 3 people start dropping off. I lose about 2 or 3 eyeballs. Let me see something for a second. Let me check something out real quick. Sex Saturdays is sponsored by Sex God Male Enhancement Capsules. Available in 50 capsules and 100 capsules. Shipped all throughout the United States as well as international. One flat fee. Also, Sex Goddess Female Enhancement Pills. Also in 50 capsules and 100 capsules. Very good to spice up your love life and your energy levels in the bedroom. Also, we have other products available on owlsherbs.com. Check them out today. All right, so yeah, let me further read this. Let me read this nice juicy article here. Definitely hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. Hit the cash out if you have it. If you don't have it, definitely understand. $ NBA Genius 1. Let me further read this. Let me read this article here. This is I already put it in the chat. This is some game like a motherfucker. And just this article, this old ass article. I don't even know. I think this is from Kenya. I don't know what, what I'm saying. Like, this is a foreign website or whatever. This is definitely, I don't think this is American. I don't think this is from America or whatever. But this is pretty juicy. All right. So okay. All right. Okay. And it further reads, if she says, my first boyfriend really hurt me, yet she has had others in between. If she compares him at all to you, if she mentions his name more than 3 times and none others of the others at all, you said you'll be heartbroken.
Message.
So this is what he's saying is like, okay, you talking to a chick, and then all of a sudden she talking about her ex. She keep bringing up her ex, and it's like out of the blue. It's not even like y'all talking about exes. She motherfucking just, randomly, it's just she all of a sudden talking about her ex or talking about her baby daddy. And it's like, damn, we just motherfucking watching Netflix and you talking about your baby daddy and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what the whole hell? I mean, what in the whole bejeebus jeebus are you talking about your ex for? We're just watching reruns of fucking What's Happening on Netflix. Like, why are you talking about your baby daddy? You know what I'm saying? What your baby got to do with baby daddy got to do with what we watching on Netflix? You dealing with an alpha widow that's still holding on to her ex. That's what that means. So this further reads, way forward. Psychologist Tabitha Miawi, I ain't gonna even try to, Maui, also concurs that the underlying emotion of alpha widowhood is the fear of not finding another person. She says one should move on if they ever want to be successful in the dating zone. Such people should undergo therapy to deal with the trauma of abandonment by the one partner they thought was ideal for them. Only when they accept that they have a problem can they move on to build healthy relationships with their partners. If they don't, they will live bitter lives trying to chase what doesn't exist, never moving on, she says. Allen shares that another solution is to ensure that the man's positions himself as a high-value man, thus eliminating the competition. When you are a rare, high-value man who's self-sufficient enough to not need any woman and sexually attractive enough to have any woman, and a woman will desire to please you. However, do this to improve yourself, not with the sole aim of attracting women, as they will result in frustration, he says. And then also note, they definitely was listening to Kevin Samuels. They definitely didn't. They didn't quote Kevin Samuels, but this article was written in 2022. They did not quote Kevin Samuels. Okay, but very, very good article. Very, very good article. I put the join link in the chat. If you have something to add to the discussion, these are all of the things that you got to deal with dating modern women. These are some of the common, like now you could say it's common from a woman that's 25 to 45. Most likely you're going to encounter quite a few women that are alpha widows. Okay, that, you know, I ran down one of the, you know, the things that you're going to have to deal with, you know, dating in America, you know, and of course it's a you know, long drawn out math equation, obviously, and you know, it goes into, you know, other types of conversation. You're talking about movements and all kind of shit, because it's really it's for men. It's just, you know, things got out of hand. You know, somewhere they told women to be men, and then that's just not how evolution works. Women are women and men are men, and you can't put the Pandora's box back in the box. It's already out there. It's already open. You can't put the genie back in the lamps. You know, this is already going to, you know, work its way out. You know what will happen, you know, when I'm dead and gone, when I get old, I don't know. I mean, I can put my Nostradamus hat on and kind of, you know, work some things out. But the thing is all you got to know now, these are the common things that you're going to have to deal with dating in this, you know, country. But one of the main things is, you know, you got to get out there and you got to meet women that, you know, are like the women you want to meet. You know, you got to figure out, you got to drizzle out here and try to figure out how to meet the women that you like to meet. You know, you got to go where they are and drizzle on them. So anyways, I did a good 4 hours here. I dropped the join link. I'll give it a couple minutes. I'll be right back. If you want to, you know, hit the join link. I drunk a little coffee. So I you know, I'm good. If you know, you want to hit the join link, I'll give you a few minutes and I'll be right back.
And they're about to cry. I'm broke. I'm really a broke nigga, yo. I'm really a broke nigga. I'm really a broke nigga.